Welcome to Keith Knight, Don't Tread on Anyone. Today we have Mark Passio, who is the founder of whatonearthishappening.com. Mark, how are you?
I'm great, Keith. Thank you so much for bringing me on to the air today and interviewing me. It's great to be here.
Okay, so I know the date April 19th to be Oklahoma City bombing, and I know it to be Waco. Can you give us a little history as to the significance of today?
Sure. Today is the anniversary of the first official shots of the American Revolution, the first shots fired. And this happened in Massachusetts, in a small town called Lexington, on Lexington Green. And it was what you wouldn't really even consider a full battle. It was more like a skirmish between a British contingency and a small American militia that stood their ground and refused to give way to the to disperse for the British when commanded. And essentially they were holding ground because different American forces were essentially gathering firearms in and around that location to distribute amongst the militiamen. And it was, part of an early strategy to just essentially delay the British. And they didn't really have any expectation or hope of defeating this British Legion. And, they did not. They lost and took heavy casualties. But essentially, it was the first military engagement of the American Revolution. And then, of course, we had Concord, which was, very close to the original location where the first shots were fired at Lexington. So they took place on the same day. And the British have been essentially trying to get back at America since that day. The crown, the royalty, I mean, not the British people, but the royals have had it in for America ever since then. And, since we bloodied their nose in the American Revolution because they had to wage a military campaign across an ocean, they haven't really, the elites of the British Empire haven't really gotten over that. And they want to rub our noses in it, and they want to take any opportunity that they can to degrade the United States and to, push us further back into tyranny and to remind us that, they're still our gods and our masters, so to speak. So they love the date April 19th to do false flag events and blood sacrifice rituals. And the two biggest ones, as you mentioned, were the Oklahoma City bombing, of course, which was a false flag event conducted by the FBI and other intelligence agencies, and Waco, which was a tragic, horrific murder of civilians. And, it's just unbelievable that the government has done things this outright and blatant, which, they have absolutely zero right to conduct. And the people are still basically just taking it and doing nothing in return. And, the people still are unaware that false flag events take place on these dates. They don't understand the historical pattern. They're not paying attention. You could go into such elaboration on how many false flag events and how many ritual murders have taken place during this time of the year. And, we just had the bombing of Syria and the prior alleged chemical weapons attacks by Assad. This is all part of the season of sacrifice. We're in this 40-day time period that the members of the dark occult orders and societies throughout the world refer to as the season of sacrifice. And this is a 40-day time period from March 22nd through May 1st, in which constitutes the first half of the spring season, in which these occultists believe, in their depraved and sick belief system, that blood sacrifice has to be given to the sun and the earth during this time period to ensure a positive harvest in the harvest season. So that, we're giving blood energy to the earth and the sun to ensure that crops grow plentifully in the spring season through the summer, and then we have a good harvest to sustain us through the winter. And it's this is an ancient occult belief system that is still adhered to this day, where they believe that if they don't do this, there will be some horrifying repercussions, or that there will not be enough food to sustain human beings through the winter, the fall and winter seasons, which is completely scientifically untrue. Of course, these are as I said, depraved religious beliefs. But we have to understand that we don't need to believe in the same things that these sick psychopaths who are in control and ruling everybody believe. They have their belief systems, and they are willing to act upon them, just like any other religion has its erroneous, sick, and twisted beliefs. But the adherents of these wrong and twisted beliefs will act upon them, and therefore they have an effect in the world. You don't need to believe in something for it to have an effect in your life, and for it to have an effect in the world for the negative. Only crazy people who actually believe what's not true and act upon it, they will have an impact on people's lives negatively if they do negative actions based on their ridiculous beliefs. So people have to get over this idea that, oh, I don't believe that because, that's not true because I don't believe it. Well, you don't need to believe in it. There are sick people that do believe in it, and they act on it. And that's one of the hallmarks. That's one of the foundational beliefs of these psychopathic so-called elites that are in control of this world. They are occultists. They are religionists. This is what we have to understand them to be. We have to understand that they constitute a sick priest class that would, what they are essentially, if we dig down deeper, they are ancient psychologists who understand a whole lot about the human psyche and how it can be manipulated and motivated. And they're using that occult knowledge of how the human psyche works and operates, and the deep motivational aspects of a human being, to basically get their will accomplished and to manipulate humanity so that they constantly fall for their manipulations. And false flags are part of that whole strategy. And it still works because people still have not figured out the pattern and don't understand the historic significance of this time period or these dates that we're talking about. And I liken it to someone in, let's say, a boxing contest. You got two boxers in the ring, and one boxer comes out and he starts throwing a right jab, and he throws the jab again and it connects, and he throws the jab again and it connects, and he throws the jab again and it connects, and he does this 100 times in succession, and every time he still lands the jab on his opponent dead square in the face and hurts him, and he's getting ready to put him down. Okay, why would he have any incentive to alter his strategy? There is no reason to alter the strategy. The strategy continues to work because the opponent is still falling for it, and he's not moving out of the way, and he's not protecting himself, and therefore they're going to keep doing the same thing over and over and over again because it works. And until humanity wises up to what false flags are, and to the occult, and to what the season of sacrifice is, and to why these rituals are done during this time period, they're going to continue to do it over and over again like clockwork. I tell people, I'm no prophet. I'm no psychic. I don't have any special psychic capabilities or powers. But what I do understand is how these people think. I know what their belief systems are. I was a member of their cult, their worldwide cult, for years. Okay, I came out of it, and I'm telling people their strategy. I'm telling them their mindset. I'm telling them their belief systems, and I could practically predict things like clockwork before they happen. And that. I'm not claiming any special powers to be able to do that. I just understand how they operate, and I know their belief system, and therefore you can see the pattern at work, and you could predict it pretty readily.
There were a few things you mentioned. One, as far as Waco goes, the documentary I'd recommend for the audience is called Waco Rules of Engagement. On the Oklahoma City bombing, I agree that that was a false flag. My evidence for that would be in James Corbett's excellent video, The Secret Life of Timothy McVeigh. Now, the Syria thing, it's interesting because there's a Newsweek article about James Mattis, the Secretary of Defense, admitting that there is no evidence that Assad was behind the first chemical attack
Sure.
this time last year. And under Obama, it was actually the rebels who were armed in Libya and Syria by the CIA. Now, that is such a rabbit hole. I just wanted to say that I also agree with that, and my reasoning for doing so. You mentioned Lexington and Concord. It was really interesting. I was in a group of statists, and I mentioned to them, that my anarchist position isn't really radical. I just hold government to the same standards I hold anyone else to. So if anyone initiates aggression against me, I claim the right to have the right to defend myself, whether it's the British Empire or some guy just walking down the street. And I found great success with people just telling them, I'm not asking you to change everything. I'm just asking you to hold government to the same standards you'd hold everyone else. And that would bring us to an anarchist society, a society without rulers. Now, I just want to start getting through the questions here. Mark Passio, what is natural law?
Well, the first thing we should do when talking about natural law, if we want to delve deep into this, is define the terms. Okay, so we should people will immediately have their own thoughts about what that phrase means, what that term natural law means, but it would be best if we simply define each word to start. The word natural means inherent, not man-made, okay, occurring or existing in nature. And right there, we should not ascribe anything else to it. It means it exists, it's self-existing, man didn't make it, and it continues to exist as long as nature exists, okay? It's inherent to nature and creation itself. That's what the word natural means, okay? Then the word law. Laws are conditions within nature that are both binding, meaning they have an effect and the effect cannot ultimately be escaped long term, okay? And then they are immutable. These are conditions which are binding and immutable. Immutable means unchangeable by anything that anyone does. No one can change a law that exists in nature, and everyone is bound by it. It has an effect on them whether they understand it or not, whether they are even aware of its existence or not, whether they like it or not, okay? It doesn't make a difference whether they're completely ignorant of it. It has an effect in their lives. It's binding upon them, and they can't do anything to change it. So that's what a law is. Now, if we put them together, we're talking about pre-existing, self-existing, inherent laws of nature that are not made by man, that are both binding, meaning they have an effect in our lives, and they are immutable, meaning we can do nothing to change the result that we experience as a result of these laws being in place. So what is the set of natural law? What is natural law as we talk about it as a phrase? Well, you could look at natural law as encompassing the physical laws, okay? And this is what science in the modern day deals with, and what people who say that they accept and believe in science talk about. We're talking about the laws of matter. We're talking about the laws of electromagnetism, the laws of physics, the laws of gravity, etc. Okay, all the laws at the subatomic level that have to do with how matter interacts at a very small scale, and then all the laws that have to do with how matter interacts at a large scale, at a macro scale. So most people will accept that these laws that govern the states of matter and the forces, the physical forces at work in the world, are part of natural laws. However, what most people don't look at is the set of non-physical laws that are in place that have an effect upon human behavior. See, we are creatures of such hubris, human beings are as a whole, that we believe that every single piece of matter in creation, down to the subatomic particles, okay, from the galaxies down to the subatomic particles, are completely governed by laws. Yet we don't want to accept as a whole, humanity does not, that our behavior is governed by natural laws. And I'm not talking about man's laws being made by some psychopathic politician with a pen writing some crap down that he believes he has the power to bind everybody to. I'm talking about that there are laws in effect within the universe, within creation, within nature itself, that bring to us the result of the free will choices that we make, regardless of whether we understand how these laws work, regardless of whether we want to accept their existence or not. Okay, these are behavioral consequence laws. That is what natural law is. Natural law, at the very, very bottom of it, when we come down to it, are laws of behavioral consequence that exist in nature. Okay, so we have free will to choose the behaviors that we will conduct in the world, but we do not have the ability to insulate ourselves or completely escape the consequences of the behaviors that we choose to enact, because the laws of consequence are binding and immutable. The natural laws of consequence are both binding and immutable. We can act out of free will, meaning we can choose the behavior, but we are not free to escape the consequence of the behavior. So natural law is a body of universal, non-man-made, binding and immutable conditions that govern the consequences of the behavior of beings with the capacity for holistic intelligence, meaning that the being, in order to be bound by natural law, has to have the ability within their psyche, within their central nervous system and brain, to be able to cognize and recognize that there is a difference between right behavior and wrong behavior. Now, I'm not saying that they have to already be in that understanding. I said that they have to have the ability to do it. So beings who have the ability to understand that certain behaviors are rights, meaning that they don't harm other beings, and they also understand certain behaviors are wrong because they harm other beings, if they have the capacity to understand that truth, then they are bound by natural law. Meaning the animal, this is not Darwinian theory. This is not the so-called laws of nature according to Darwinism. This is not the so-called natural order that people too often want to talk about and relate to natural law. This has nothing to do with Darwinian macrobiological evolution. This has absolutely nothing to do with the law of the jungle, so-called. This has absolutely nothing to do with the natural order. We'll go and observe the natural order and natural laws by going into the jungle and watching a tiger take down, whatever they will feast upon, a wildebeest or something. Okay, the whole idea here is this is not about dog eat dog, man eat man. This has nothing to do with the survival of the fittest or most ruthless whatsoever. Okay, so we have to get this Darwinian notion of nature out of our mind, because that's not what we're talking about. Okay, we're talking about pre-existing conditions that bring to us unwaveringly and flawlessly the consequences of the free will behavioral choices that we enact in the world. That's what natural law is. It has been called many things over the course of human history. It has been called karma. It has been called universal law or cosmic law, or some people have referred to it as God's law, if you're comfortable with the term. Some people have referred to it as consequentialism. Some people have referred to it as the law of cause and effect. And some people have referred to it as, conscience, the laws of conscience, or the golden rule, following the golden rule. Okay. Other people have simply referred to it in the term that I like best, which is common sense. How to behave with common sense. Okay. And that's why humanity is failing. because too few people have basic common sense regarding what is right and what is wrong. And when we choose the wrong behavior in the aggregate, we're going deeper into bondage, because there's a law within this set of natural laws that bring to us the consequences of our behavioral choices. There's a subset of laws that govern how a whole society is either free or enslaved. I refer to this as the law of freedom. And the law of freedom, which is part of natural law, is essentially this. As a society, in the collective or in the aggregate, okay, as a whole, meaning most of its people, most of its citizens, as a society in the aggregate, engages in behaviors that are right, meaning that they are largely a moral people. So as a whole society in the aggregate is more moral, that society becomes more free. Freedom manifests within that society. And as conversely, in the opposite sense, as a society in the aggregate, in the whole, in the collective, becomes more immoral, meaning that as a whole, they're making more immoral behavioral choices than moral ones, because they're not respecting the difference between right and wrong behavior, and they're choosing wrongly in what they are doing and what they allow others to do and continue to enact upon them. So as that society is becoming more immoral, they are going deeper into bondage and slavery. So it's a very simple set of associations. As a society becomes more moral, they become freer. And as a society becomes more immoral, they become more enslaved. Freedom and morality are directly proportional. And slavery and immorality are directly proportional. So people will say, well, how do you know that these laws are in effect? And the answer is, how do you know any law is in effect? How do you know that any physical law is in effect? You could say the same exact thing about the physical laws that you could say about the non-physical laws of behavior. Okay? The same thing could be applied. How do you know the physical laws are in effect? Because you observe. It's the scientific methodology, folks. No belief required. You observe the conditions that are in effect, and you observe what happens when certain interactions take place. So if you let a bowling ball, you push a bowling ball off of a ramp, it rolls down the ramp. And it will do this every single solitary time, unless some other strange force is in effect. But barring any strange unknown force being in effect in the room, you push a bowling ball down a ramp, it is going to roll down the ramp, because gravity is in effect. Okay, you let it go from a neutral position where there's nothing under it, it is going to fall toward the center of mass of the earth every single time, unwaveringly, because laws work 100% of the time, unwaveringly, flawlessly, bindingly, and immutably, unchangingly. So how do you know that behavioral laws of consequence are in effect? You look at the effect. You look at what is observable and in place in the world. Are we a society that is free, or are we a society that is essentially enslaved? Okay, we can't keep the product of our labor. We need licensure, which is permission from a ruling class to do any basic human rights. Okay, there's prohibition of what we are allowed to put in our own bodies. Okay, free speech is limited. Okay, and the rule of politicians and their psychopathic thug criminal enforcers, okay, whatever they say, whether it's moral or immoral, gets enforced in the world by order followers who aren't following conscience, but instead they're following orders. So are we a society, and the huge body of the population, the overwhelming body of the population, accepts this as normal and legitimate and morally legitimate. Okay, so all you have to do is observe. Is the society free? Well, the answer is no. Our society is not free. And there's a reason for that. The society is not free because, meaning the cause of being. The cause for that state of being is that we in the aggregate, as a whole society, are immoral people who do not either know the difference between right and wrong behavior, or we don't care about what the difference between right and wrong behavior are. And you know what? That's most people. That's most human beings. They think that they're good people. They think that they know the difference between right and wrong, and they're full of shit, to be quite honest, and to just say it very plainly. They're full of shit. They don't know what the difference between right and wrong behavior is, and they certainly don't act in accordance with the laws of morality. They do not act in accordance with them. Most people don't even think there are these laws. That's how much they're stuck in the ego and in hubris. They actually believe all interactions of matter in all of creation are bound by law, but not human beings. You know, no, they're exempt. They're exempt. See? You know, that's how out of control the human ego is in most people. Keith, I want to tell you a brief anecdote. I'm making a video about natural law. It's going to be a very short introductory video on what natural law is, okay? I'm doing this in conjunction with a local college in the Philadelphia area. And I was talking to the instructor the other day when we were starting to work on the video, and he said, well, you want to do like a kind of man on the street type interview. I said, yeah, that's going to be toward the, interspersed throughout the video, but some of the responses are going to be like gathered toward the end of it. And he said, do you think people are even going to understand what you're talking about? And I said, well, listen, I don't need them to understand all the intricacies of what I'm talking about in the whole video or in all of my work. I need them to give me their honest response. Their honest, on-the-spot answer is what I'm looking for. Because I'm trying to show my listeners how far gone humanity is. This is what the goal of the video is ultimately going to be. And how do I even know that? How do I know I'm not going to get hugely enlightened responses? Because first of all, I've done this experiment many times already. I've gone out on the street and asked people questions about morality, and they show their blatant disregard and ignorance for it. They have no idea what it is, and they don't care. And I've done this over and over again by asking simple questions to strangers on the street. Like, is morality up to human beings to decide what it is? Do we make up what right and wrong are? Just ask that question. You go and ask that question to 100 people. And you know what? I guarantee you over 2/3 of them, maybe up to 3/4 are going to say, yeah, humanity does that. If you ask them, that doesn't pre-exist in nature, what right and wrong are. We get to make that up. We get to decide that. We're the deciders of that. We're the arbiters of right and wrong. Yes, we are. I did this experiment a few times already, Keith. Over 2/3. That is 66% of human beings. 66.6% of human beings, okay, believe in moral relativism. That right and wrong can just be made up. We can make it up. We can make it up. I'll just arbitrarily decide on this based on what I think is right. It has nothing to do with whether harm is caused, which is real and objective and exists in nature. No, we can make it up. Therefore, our politicians can make it up. And what they say is right, and what they say is wrong is wrong. It doesn't exist as inherent qualities of nature. No, humans get to decide that. Okay? So here's what I did, Keith. I said, I want to just bring somebody in from out in the hallway. Can I just grab somebody from the hallway and bring them in and just ask them one question? Okay? Sure. Sir, can you come in real quick? 1 minute of your time. You have a minute? Yeah. Come on in. I want to ask you one question. Comes into the classroom, and I said, is morality objective, meaning that it is not dependent on human perception? Or is morality subjective, meaning it's dependent on human perception and we get to make it up? I'm sorry, let me rewind. I didn't say is morality, is truth. I said is truth objective, meaning it's what is and it's independent of our perception, okay? Or is truth subjective, meaning we get to make it up and we could be the arbiters of truth and we could decide what's true or not based on our preferences or our likes? And you know what his answer was?
Subjective.
No, far worse. His answer was, there is no such thing as truth. And I said, thank you. You can go. I appreciate that. And that's exactly where human beings are at. That's where human beings are at, ladies and gentlemen. And if you don't think so, go and conduct the experiment yourself, and you'll see that I'm exactly correct. I'm exactly correct. Okay? Now, if you believe there's no such thing as truth, and if you believe there's no such thing as objective truth, you're already in the satanic mind state of the dark occult. You're there. They got you. You are gotten, boys and girls, if that's what you believe. They took you. You're taken already if you accept that. Because if there is no such thing as objective truth, then there is no such thing as objective morality. There's no such thing as objective difference between right behavior and wrong behavior. And if there's no such thing as objective morality, we get to make it all up. And guess what? That's the exact result we're seeing in the world with man's law. We get to make it all up, and if we decide you can't exercise your rights, well, then that's what right is, and we're going to enact it. And if we decide we're going to conduct eugenics because we think it's necessary, we're going to come in and kill as much of the population as we want to kill, because we get to make up what right and wrong are. And that's how far it goes, all the way down to the ultimate solution of the rulers get to decide who lives and dies. That's what moral relativism gets you each and every time it's embraced by an entire society. And we're at the point where I would say we're between 2/3 and 3/4 of every living human being believing that morality is subjective instead of objective and self-existing in nature. They believe that we get to make it up. They don't believe that there is any such thing as natural law which binds and governs human behavioral choice consequence. They don't accept that. They don't accept it because ultimately they have the same mindset on a smaller scale as their masters do on the big scale. And you know what that mindset is? I'm God, and I get to make up what right and wrong are, and I get to decide what truth is. I don't discover that through observation. I don't discover that through watching and paying attention and testing and observing and looking and seeking. No, I get to decide that based on how I feel. How I feel at any given time, my whims, my likes, my preferences. I'll arbitrarily decide on those things. And that's why humanity is enslaved. When he walked out of the class, I didn't say it to his face because I don't know him from anybody. Okay, so I just said, thank you, we're finished, you can go, thanks for helping in my little experiment here and proving to the class and to the instructor who's acting as a liaison between me and the students who are producing the video. I'm producing the video, they're the engineers of the video, proving to them that what I'm saying not only is correct about how people think, but that I'm going to get the results on the street when I go and do this experiment randomly again. I'm going to get the results I'm looking for the video. They're concerned, like, are they even going to understand what you're saying, or are they going to like agree with you? And then all of this footage is going to have all, it's going to be like an echo chamber. And I'm like, listen, they're going to understand enough about the language to give an answer, and that's all I want. Okay. And secondly, no, they're not going to agree with me because I know where humanity is at. I was never concerned for a minute that I was going to get enlightened answers. Okay. And that, oh, wow, we shot all this footage and now it's all stuff that agrees with what I've been talking about. Okay. I understand exactly where the mindset of humanity is at, Keith. Okay. Not to have hubris about it, but I've studied it extensively. This is pretty much all I do. Okay. I know exactly where people are at, and I'm telling you, we are in a world of trouble, okay? Because people aren't doing the work to educate people properly. They're not doing it. Not enough people are doing it. They're citing, I have a job, I have kids, I have this, I have that responsibility. It doesn't matter if you're losing your freedom. How does any of that matter if your freedom is dying? You have to get educating people. You have to confront people and make them engage in a discussion regarding right versus wrong, and make them see that the position of statism is always immoral because it's always based in violence and coercion and slavery. It is slavery. We need to stop talking about this as statism and start talking about this as slavery, which is what it is. Government is slavery. Government is slavery. Government is slavery. That should be the greeting for the anarchist community. That should be how we say hello and goodbye to each other, ladies and gentlemen. Forget about saying, hey, how you doing, Keith? Keith, government is slavery. How you been? You know? All right, I'm out. Government is slavery, Keith. That's how it should be. We need to stop sugarcoating this and euphemizing it. You know, we need to get up in people's faces about this. And too few people have the balls to do it, which is that's the underlying problem. Too few people have the balls to do it. They don't want to rock the boat. They don't want to cause hard feelings. They don't want to alienate their friends and family members. And that's why we're going deeper into bondage. People who know the truth are reticent to speak the truth because of their fear to offend. Their fear to offend. My tagline for like, what was it? 7 years on my show was get as offended as you like. The truth doesn't care about whether you get offended. Who cares whether you offend somebody? Your freedom is at stake. What's more important, being free or offending somebody, or taking the chance to offend somebody? You know, are you more worried about taking the chance to offend somebody, or are you more worried about the whole of humanity being enslaved? I mean, really think about those choices. And this is why not enough people are doing the great work of engaging people about moral issues and about whether it doesn't matter whether something's legal or not. It doesn't matter whether somebody claims authority to be able to do it. Is the behavior moral or immoral? That's all that matters. Nothing else matters or is true. And there's too few people that are willing to sit down and engage people in a discussion of objective morality and to turn their mind over from this satanic conditioning and satanic programming of moral relativism. Because that's the one, aside from pure selfishness being the motivating factor for everything, that's the number one law of Satanism. The number two law of Satanism is right and wrong are relative, and we get to decide them based on what's good for us or bad for us. See, these are the two biggest satanic tenets in the whole satanic ideology. And how many people can say honestly, by being honest with themselves, that this isn't how most of human beings think? You look at, just tell yourself that you don't think most human beings their motivations are based on pure selfishness, what they get for themselves, and think that good, right and wrong are up to us to decide. Okay? Because if you tell that to yourself, you're lying to yourself. You're not being honest with yourself. Okay? And all you need to do to prove it is go out on the street on a busy intersection if you live in a city, okay? Or go into the town square, the general store of your town if you live in a small town, okay? And as people walk by, ask them the simple question. Ask them, is truth objective or subjective? Does it pre-exist? Is it not up to our perceptions, or is it all up to our perceptions? And ask them the same thing about morality. Is morality objective? There's that, meaning man doesn't get to make it up. It already pre-exists. It's inherent. Okay? Or is it subjective, meaning it's totally dependent upon human perception and our choices, and we get to make it up? And I guarantee you, more people than not, you might have a better percentage in some areas than in others, but I guarantee you the majority of people are going to say, yes, truth is subjective and morality is subjective, and we ultimately get to make it up. And see, I'm trying to explain to you, when he walked out of the room, okay, I said to the other students and the instructor, that thinking, the very way that gentleman thinks, is the very underlying causal factor reason that humanity is enslaved. That's the causal reason. And this is what humanity and even the anarchist movement doesn't yet understand. They still don't understand that. They think this is about rearranging physical things. We need a new politician in here, a different banking system here. Oh, make more cryptocurrencies. This isn't about doing anything. It's about thinking differently so that how we think doesn't, if it's wrong, doesn't negatively come out in the form of our wrong behaviors. And then when everybody is doing that, when everybody's thinking wrongly, feeling wrongly, and behaving wrongly, you're going to have an aggregate society that is enslaved. Because that's how natural law works, to bring us the consequences of our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. And you know how many people understand this in the world? I could probably count them on two hands who are teaching it. There's many people who do understand it. But you know what? I can count the teachers on two hands. And that's the problem. That is the problem. This isn't about even understanding this, ladies and gentlemen. You can come to an understanding of it by studying it for maybe a few weeks. The problem isn't the lack of understanding. The problem is the problem is ultimately the lack of understanding in the general population. In the aware population, the problem isn't the lack of understanding of natural law. The problem is the lack of teachers of natural law. This is why we're never going to make a dent in the overwhelming ignorance of the human population until there are more teachers of natural law in the world. This is what my plea has been since day one. I'm not here to be liked. I don't want followers. I don't care who likes me. I don't care if you like how I dress. I don't care if you like the sound of my voice. I don't care if you like my South Philly accent. None of these things are important to me. All I have been trying to do since day one is to get people to understand natural law and teach it to other people. I don't care whether you even mention my name. I'm not important. Okay? What's important is getting this understanding down to the everyman. Everybody has to understand this. This is why it's called common sense. And the reason that humanity is in so much trouble is because it's not common sense. Because most people don't understand it. You can't even get the correct definition of a right out of 90% of human beings, 95 to 98% probably. You know what? You know what's disturbing? The anarchist community and the voluntarist community can't often give the correct definition of a right. You know, they have some vague, cloudy definitions of it. They can't just spit out a right is a behavior that does not cause harm to other sentient beings. That's the correct definition of a right. A wrong is a behavior that causes harm to other sentient beings. That's it. It is that simple. You know, I joke around with people who talk about this stuff that it's so ridiculous to me that I need to explain to people what a right and a wrong are as a human being in the year 2018, that I have to just laugh hysterically at it. I have to kick back and go, I'm teaching people what a right is and what a wrong is on an everyday basis. And I have to laugh because if I don't laugh, I'll sit there with my head in my hands and cry all day and night. Because that's how sad the situation really is. Okay? So go ahead, Keith.
You summarized natural law into two words, don't steal.
That's
How
right.
is natural law don't steal?
A right cannot truly be defined in the affirmative sense. So what I mean by that is when I defined a right, what was the definition? A right is a behavior, is an action that does not cause harm to another sentient being. Well, how many behaviors can we conduct that do not cause harm? An infinite number of them. There is literally an infinite number of behaviors that we can choose to conduct that do not cause harm to another sentient being. So to define a right in the affirmative would be very difficult. We would have to say a right is a behavior that, well, to speak about something, to it can't even really be done if you think about it. You have to define a right in the negative. You'd be there forever. I have a right to make art. I have a right to engage in music. I have a right to dance. I have a right to sing. I have a right to speak. I have a right to engage in philosophical conversations with others. But there's no one cohesive unifying thing that makes all those things similar. The only one cohesive unifying thing that makes all those things similar is that they are actions that don't cause harm to other sentient beings. Therefore, you have to define a right in the negative, the apophatic. Apophatic means you're describing what something is by describing what it is not. Okay? This is a philosophical mechanism by which you can come to know what something is by saying, well, it's not any of these things. And whatever's left over, that describes it. Okay? So we define rights in the apophatic, meaning that they are not things that cause harm. They are not actions which cause harm. Well, then in the affirmative sense, we have to define then what behaviors do cause harm. The behaviors that cause harm is a very short list. If we bring all of the harmful behaviors that can be conducted upon a human being together, they actually compose a very short list. And they are murder, rape, assault, theft, trespass, coercion, and willfully lying. Okay? So you have like 7 behaviors that can actually be defined as a wrongdoing. And every one of those behaviors, if we take the behavior and we analyze it and break it down, can be described as a form of theft. So there's really only one wrong behavior, and that is theft. And I'll briefly describe this. Murder is a wrongdoing. It's one of the 7 things that we can do that is harmful to other people. Murder. Well, what is murder? It is the unjust taking of another being's life without just cause. Okay? So you are taking the life of another that does not belong to you to take. You're engaging in the theft of someone else's life wrongfully without any right to do so. That is theft. Okay? Assault. Well, if you assault someone without any right to do so, without any self-defensive purpose, okay, you're just hurting somebody. You're the one who's initiating the violence against their body. What have you stolen? What have you taken? You've taken their right to remain unharmed in their physical body. So you're taking physical well-being away from another person in their vehicle of their body without the right to do so. So assault is theft. If you rape someone, rape is the taking of free will sexual consent and free will sexual association with another person. So if you rape someone, you're taking their free will sexual consent from them without the right to do so. So rape is theft. Murder, assault, rape, theft. Theft is the taking of physical property without the right to do so. Theft. Trespass, you're taking the right of someone to be secure in their own lair from them without right. So trespass is a form of coercion, is a form of theft. Coercion is the taking of someone else's free will right to choose for themselves the behavior that they will conduct. And coercion is done especially when you're trying to force somebody to do something that is not right, or force them to not do something that is a right. Okay, so coercion is a form of theft because you're taking someone else's free will choice away from them. And then lying, willfully lying to somebody else is taking away their right to make informed choices. You're taking their informed consent away from them if you lie willfully to them, because you're stealing the access to information that they need. So, and sometimes you're not actually taking the access, but you're just giving them wrong or misinformation, and therefore you are taking away their ability in whole or in part to make informed consent decisions, which affects their free will and their freedom. So willfully lying is another form of theft. So every one of these things is a form of theft. All the wrongdoings that we could do to another person is a form of theft. Okay? So you could boil down natural law in its essence to one phrase: don't steal. Don't engage in theft, or don't steal. 2 words. Don't steal. with English contraction, okay? Do not steal would be 3. We can get it down to 2. Don't steal, okay? That's how simple all of natural law is, and yet all of humanity doesn't understand that. And here's why. This whole planet, this earth, is actually a spiritual prison. This is a spiritual prison for thieves. Thieves are sent to earth to understand that it's not right to steal. And we will keep destroying each other and possibly the entire environment over and over and over again through war and weapons of mass destruction that we build up and then we destroy it, and then we build it up and then we destroy it, and then we build it up and then we destroy it. And it's already happened countless numbers of times, and it will continue to happen for forever, which is the definition of hell. That's what this planet is. It's a hell world that is a construct for all of the people who refuse to accept that natural law is in effect. There's nothing you could do about it, and you need to stop taking that which is not yours in the form of life, in the form of rights, in the form of freedom, in the form of property, in the form of free will, all of that. When we stop taking those things from other people, then we're going to be free, and Earth's no longer going to be a hell world. It'll be a world that we can construct whatever type of place we want it to be, that will be free and will manifest positive conditions for humanity, which is practically a paradise world. Okay, not to say that it will become a utopia. That means literally that there's no such place. That's what the word utopia means. There's always going to be struggle, conflict, things that cause suffering and go wrong. That's part of the learning process. That's part of the evolutionary process in consciousness. Okay, you always have to have some friction. However, we don't need to have this level of imbalance and evil in the world, because largely everybody has abandoned common sense. Okay, when we get back to common sense, understanding of right versus wrong, and that we should not steal that which does not belong to us, and we start understanding property rights, because all rights are property rights, therefore every wrongdoing is a form of theft that you're taking from someone else, you're taking their property. Okay, when we do understand that, then we're not going to be causing at the causal level all of this imbalance and strife and destruction and slavery. We're not going to be causing all this chaos. We'll be making informed, consensual choices based on knowledge. That's what conscience is. Conscience is knowledge of the difference between right and wrong behavior. That's why it is common sense. That's another word for natural law, conscience. The knowledge of natural law is conscience. Okay, con means together or with in Latin, and scio, sciere, science, where the word science comes from, the second part of con, science, conscience, means to know or to understand. So to know together, when you put them together, con, together or with, scio, sciere, science, to know. Everybody knows the same thing all together. Okay, we all know it together. That's called common sense. And this is what humanity is still lacking in. We are lacking in the basic common sense of the difference between right behavior and wrong behavior. And that's the fundamental underlying causal factor reason that human beings are currently enslaved. And the situation will not change because it's law. It's universal law that it be that way. That's set into effect by law and cannot be changed. So we will never get out of the condition of slavery until the aggregate numbers of people, meaning the overwhelming mass of the population, does engage in conscience, which is actively and willfully choosing right behavior over wrong behavior for ourselves. We have that knowledge, then we act upon it. We engage in conscience. The exercise of conscience is taking action based in right. Okay, until we do that, the condition cannot change. That's like saying, I'm going to hold my hand over a fire, yet I want the condition to be that it remains unburnt. Well, good luck with that. Let me know how it works out for you. You're never going to have that condition. It is not within the physical laws of possibility to have that condition. It doesn't make a difference whether you think you're some super guru that can accomplish that. You will not accomplish that. You put your hand in a fire unprotected by anything, human flesh melts. It will melt off the bone. Okay? You will cook your hand until there is no flesh left on it. Okay? That's how the laws of nature work. The same thing is how the laws of morality work and the law of freedom. The laws of morality and the laws of freedom are connected inseparably. As a society is moral, it will be free. As a society is immoral, it will be enslaved. All you need to do to understand how this law works is look at the result. This is how any scientific law is proven or disproven, by the scientific methodology of observation, hypothesizing, and testing. Okay? No belief required, not a religion. It's a science, which is what the brief introductory video to natural law that I'm going to make is called The Science of Natural Law, because this has nothing to do with a belief system. This is a science that has been, it's an occult science, ladies and gentlemen. The elite of the world, the rulers of the world have known this for tens of thousands of years and do not want humanity to understand the science of natural law, because if we understand the science of natural law, it's game over for the ruling elite class, the ruling class. It's game over, because we would understand that they are engaged in immoral behavior, and helping them in any way would be to engage in immoral behavior and therefore to create slavery. That's why I say to them, good luck controlling my behavior, because it doesn't matter to me whether you kill me, whether you kill everybody I know, whether you torture me, whether you torture everybody I know. I'm not cooperating with you. The end. I know what the consequences for cooperating with evil are, and I'm not doing it. And if everybody took that attitude, if everybody developed that level of courage because they cared more about what is right rather than survival. Let me say that again. Do you care more about what is right in the aggregate rather than survival? And I'm not saying like, small survival circumstances. I'm talking about, do you care more about whether you live or whether you actually cooperate with evil? Okay, don't get it twisted and make it be about, well, if you were stuck in your plane crashed and you're stuck here, would you not hunt small animals to survive? We're talking about an individual level of survival when your society is already being encroached upon with total totalitarianism and slavery. That's what we're talking about. Will you continue to help that level of evil to propagate its control system? Or will you say, it doesn't matter whether I even die in this battle, I will stand on the right side of the spiritual battlefield and I will not cooperate with evil? Until humanity gets to that place in consciousness, until they develop that level of courage, do not expect the situation to change. Expect it to grow and get worse and worse and worse. And you're seeing the effect of it get worse. They can conduct false flags out in the open and then go to war over the false flag without the consent of the body of the people, okay? Because the same pattern works over and over and over and over and over again on dumb people, on people who are so dumb that they refuse to see the pattern. They are so fearful and stupid that they refuse to see what is right before their eyes, year over year over year over year over year, happening over and over again. They're like the dumb dunce boxer in the ring with the guy who throws 100 in a row straight right jabs and connects every time. Do you think any change can happen with that level of a dumbed down population? And the reason is because people who understand morality are not doing their job. They're saying, I get it, and that's good enough and good for me and too bad for anybody else. And you know what? You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You're part of the problem. You need to get out there and be teaching people who don't understand or willfully are ignoring it and refusing it. You got people like the person I was just talking about, who we brought in for this brief one-question interview. Solipsism. There's no such thing as truth. No such thing as truth. This is the condition that the human mind has been worked into, folks. Don't get it twisted into thinking this is human nature. This is not our nature, folks. This is the human condition. See, this is another thing that a lot of people in the anarchist movement have wrong. They have this ridiculous notion of human nature, okay, where they say, well, human beings they have this nature where they're selfish and uninformed and ignorant, etc. This isn't human nature. This is the human condition. That's like saying human nature is slavery. No, the human condition is slavery. You look at sculpting clay, okay, and it's an amorphous blob of clay, right? Well, do you say to yourself, well, the condition of sculpting clay is that it's an amorphous blob? No, no one would say that. Then if a brilliant artist comes along and sculpts an incredible, statue of a woman out of this sculpting clay, and you look at it like, oh my God, what an incredibly brilliant work of art that is. The nature of sculpting clay must be pure brilliance and fantastic art, and that's its nature right there. No one would say that. What is the nature of sculpting clay, ladies and gentlemen? The nature of sculpting clay is that it can be sculpted. It can be put into multiple conditions because it is malleable and sculptable. That's the nature of that clay. That's why it's clay. Well, what's the nature of human beings? Are we sick, evil, psychopathic, and sycophantic ignoramuses who refuse to accept the existence of truth and morality? Is that our nature? No, that's not our nature. Is our nature that we are angelic, wonderful heralds of higher levels of consciousness, and we are just absolutely can do and never do any wrong? Is that our nature? No. Both of these things are ridiculous assumptions that have no bearing in reality. The nature of a human being is that it can be sculpted or conditioned or programmed into any condition. That's the nature of a human being, is that it is malleable, it is sculptable, it is programmable. We are capable of being conditioned. That is a positive aspect of our nature, and it is an unfortunate aspect of our nature. Because if good conditioning and programming does not go into the human being, do you know what you get? You get an amorphous blob of shit that is completely immoral and doesn't even care that it's immoral. And then if we put the right work into it, we put the right energy into it, you can get that herald of natural law. You could get somebody who really understands, really wants to do good for the world, really wants to help teach other people this knowledge. And that's what we need way more of. We need way more people to get to that level. Not to just say, I want to listen and absorb. Listening and absorbing only gets you so far, and then you become someone who's going to burst with that knowledge and energy. And it's not going to make any impact. It's going to blow up like a bomb that's not really going to have any true positive impact. Okay? In an isolated area, not doing anything. Okay? You need, once you are filled with knowledge and information about consciousness and about morality, to teach that to other people. Where there's an in valve, there has to be an outlet, an out valve. Okay? And that's what people need to be doing. I naively thought by now, Keith, that we would have about, I thought by the year 20, I've started this path in around in earnest, like before 2000, but in earnest, I started it around 2002. I consider I was awake as I am now around like 2005, and I made the decision to start teaching around 2007. So we're talking about 5 years. 5 years it took me to make the decision to become a teacher with my level of knowledge. Now, granted, I'm a pretty obsessive person. I'm an extremist. As a human being, I'm an extremist. I don't just skirt the periphery on anything that I do. If I'm going to do it, I go all in. I'm all the way in. So for some people, it may take a little bit longer because I studied obsessively when I understood what I was a part of. When I began to be aware of what I was a part of when I was involved in the dark occult, I started studying obsessively. So most people won't do that. They won't take the time or the energy to do that, or the attention span that it requires to do that. So it's going to take maybe longer. But hey, there's a lot more information now than when I started. There's a lot more polished content now than when I started. So there may be ways of doing this more effectively and efficiently now. Okay? But I naively imagined that by this point, I thought maybe by 2010 or 2012, there would probably be about 1 million teachers of natural law by that point. Okay. And we're in 2018, 6 to 8 years after what I considered apocalyptic times. Apocalypse meaning that all of the knowledge and information that was hidden that we need to understand is now broken out onto the world and it's freely available. Okay? That's the apocalypse. And folks, surprise, the apocalypse happened past tense. It's over and done with. It's gone. It's not happening now. It's over. The apocalypse has taken place and occurred in the past. I would say the apocalypse stopped around 2014, if I had to make an educated guesstimate. Okay? A couple of years after 2012, there has been really nothing truly new broken out onto the world in the last few years, because it all happened and it was all thrown out there, spewed out there. And you know what human beings said? Human beings said, fuck truth. That's what human beings said. And now we're going to have to engage, we're going to have to experience the consequences of that choice as an aggregate society in the whole. Okay? That's what human beings said to the apocalypse of truth, which apocalypse means revealing. Apo in Greek means to remove or to take away, and kalyptine means veil or concealment. To veil or to conceal. The verb kalyptine means in Greek to hide. So apocalyptine means to take away that which has been hidden, or to remove the veil from that which has been hidden, to unveil or to unconceal, or to bring out into the light of day for all to see. And that happened in the past. That already has occurred. People think, well, that's still happening. It's a process. There's more information trickling out, information about pedophilia, but all this information was already out there, folks. And the vast majority of human beings said, I don't want to know. Don't bring that to me. Screw the truth. I'm good. And no, you're not good. You're not good in the sense that you're okay in the world, in the state and condition that it's in. And no, people who say that, you're not good as moral people either. You're not good people. Because to be good people, you have to be willing to take in truth and to accept it as being real and having an influence and an impact in the world. And I naively thought by now there would be 1 million to possibly millions, plural, of people who are teaching natural law to others. And I can count the people who effectively do it on less than 2 hands. Effectively, truly get the message across. It's a gigantic disgrace. It's a gigantic disgrace. And we need to do better. You know, we're not doing our job as people who we claim that we're conscious. And yet we think consciousness is only about us. But it's not about teaching. Because they'll say, oh, I learned that. I went through that process. Well, what about that person over there who hasn't? Yeah, they have to do it themselves, but they have to be encouraged to do it. They have to be inspired to do it. They have to be taught methodologies of how to do it. That's what we're here for. And, you know, when I say the word we, you know, I'm probably talking to like 10, 20 people. You know, there needs to be millions of people teaching natural law to other people, teaching true objective morality to other people. And you know what? There's a lot of people in this anarchist community that actually think there is no such thing as objective morality. They're moral relativists in many cases themselves. And they need to get their heads out from up their asses and start understanding that you need to understand the occult laws of the universe. This is the problem with the anarchist community, is they don't study the occult because they think it's some kind of a religion or a bad word or means evil. You don't even know what occult is. You don't know what the world of the occult is or the laws of the occult are. It means the things that are operating in the shadows, unseen by most people, that which is hidden. There's occult rulers, there's occult technologies, and there are occult laws that are hard for the everyday average human being to see and to understand, to see with their eyes and understand with their mind, because they are not visible laws. They are laws that have to be understood by their effects. Okay? This is what people have to understand about natural law. You're not going to go and look and observe natural law physically. You have to observe it through the effects that are created in society as a result of it being in place. Then you'll understand, because of this effect, there must be a primal cause. There must be a cause that led to this effect. This is how free will and natural law work in tandem. We have the free will, that's the random component of creation. We can choose, and we could choose wisely or unwisely. We could choose consciously or we could choose unconsciously. But then there is a deterministic force in the universe, and that is natural law, and it unwaverably works perfectly. See, this is the problem. Everybody thinks, folks, the world is messed up. The world's not messed up at all, not even a tiny little bit. The universe is working perfectly. It's functioning 100% flawlessly, because the universe functions according to law. Everything in the universe functions according to law. What is happening in the world is happening according to law. We make our free will decisions, but we are not free to escape the consequences of the decisions, whether they are right or whether they are wrong. We will receive an appropriate result. The universe works flawlessly. It's humanity that's fucked up. Humanity is broken right now, and we have to fix ourselves. We have to get right in our head. That's what needs to happen. We need healing of the mind, okay? Because we are psychopathic as a species, meaning that the psyche is diseased. It's the word psyche in Greek didn't even mean mind, it meant soul. We have a disease of the soul. Part of the problem with the correction of the disease of the soul is that most of the people who are so soul sick don't even think they have a soul. They don't even believe in the existence of a soul because they don't accept any level of spirituality in their lives. They become scientific materialists. They become absolute extremist materialists who think that matter is all there is and matter is prime over everything, and there is no spirit or soul. And this is the problem with people who have become too left-brained. People who have become too right-brained are extremists in a religious sense, which is also a disease of the soul. And that means we don't have any free will. God does everything. God's control of everything. I can't make any changes because that's all to God. No, these are both sicknesses of the soul. We have to be in the middle ground area where we understand that there is a free will, random component to creation that may look like chaos, but ultimately it's a free will component that is a random principle because it's based upon free will choice. And we as human beings that are gifted with free will choice have the ability to steer our own evolutionary development from this point because we've developed a brain and central nervous system that is capable of understanding the difference between right and wrong. And then there is, see, creation isn't just going to leave it there and say, well, do whatever you want. It's going to say you can do whatever you want, but there are consequences. You will have to see the result of what you chose to enact through behavior. You can't just do that and then there's nothing that flows back to you because it's an input and output circuit. It's an endless loop. It's a biofeedback loop, if you will. It's a spiritual biofeedback loop. You're going to get the result of what you put out into creation. The universe operates like one large mirror, or one large echo chamber, if you will. You put out what you're going to put out into the universe, and then the echo comes back to you for you to experience it, for you to hear and experience it. Hear, feel, and experience. See, hear, feel, and experience. Okay? So the deterministic component are the laws of behavioral consequence, natural law. So we choose, and then we have to experience the result of our choices, and the result is unwaveringly brought to us by the forces of natural law. The universe is working perfectly. It's us who are broken in the mind. We want to change you want to change the result, you have to change the cause. What is the cause? Poor thinking, wrong feeling, wrong choosing of behavior. that means screwed up consciousness, because the three aspects of consciousness are our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. So if we think correctly and we think with logic and reason, and we come to the correct understanding about the objective difference between right and wrong, we're going to get our mind right, then we're going to get our heart right, because we're going to understand we have to have the emotions have to be the compass toward right action, and it has to be the compass that is set by what we know to be true. Because if it's only in the brain, there's still a level of gap between knowing and doing, and that is the conscience, and the heart-based intelligence has to be the mediator between those processes of thinking correctly and acting correctly. We have to know it in our heart, not just in our mind. And then when we take action, if we have our mind and our heart right, then the action will be in alignment with natural law, and we will create a society based in freedom, not slavery. That's how the process works. It's a threefold process. Everything's a trinity. Everything's a threefold process. Knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. That's the scientific methodology. Gather all your grammar. Get all your information in line. Then process it. Okay? Put it through whatever transforms and processes to work with the data that you need to come to an understanding of it. See, it's not about just having the knowledge, it's understanding what it means. Then what are you going to do with it? You have to publish it to others. You have to put it out there for the whole community. Okay? You have to teach it. Okay? And also help others to say, you do this work too. Understand, you'll get the same result. If you've gathered all the grammar, all the data, and you've understood it correctly, you're going to understand this is the result we're getting and why. And that's the rhetoric stage, or the output stage. That's wisdom. Wisdom is doing the right thing with what you have come to understand based on what you know. Okay? That's wisdom. Wisdom is action. It's the action step of knowledge. Then understanding what that knowledge means and how it applies in the world. Then wisdom is doing the right thing with that understanding and knowledge that you have accrued. So, that's that's what humanity needs to do in the aggregate to change the situation. Just rearranging political and financial institutions is never going to correct the condition that humanity has worked itself into. Some anarchists understand that, and some still do not yet understand that, and they need to be really working on themselves day and night to come to a correct understanding of this, because what we're doing right now as a quote movement is we're spinning our wheels and going nowhere.
One of the things I like to do is I wear this shirt pretty often. It says "Government is slavery."
There you go.
And it says the founders.
Now,
when that's Mark's band, by the way. When I wear a shirt that says "Who owns you?" or "Government is slavery," or "Taxation is theft," those kinds of things get me to start talking to people, and it actually got me a speech. I spoke to a small group of college kids a long time ago. I think I was 19. I had just really become an anarchist, and in the Q&A, I was getting grilled by people, and one of them said, we were arguing, and he said the exact same thing that your guy said. He said, "There is no truth." And I looked at him and I said, "Is that a true statement?
Right.
Is it true that there is no truth?"
Right.
And I got this cultural Marxist to shut up. Right. This guy was grilling me the whole time, and that was the thing that finally set it off. So yeah, as far as the apocalypse being here, there are so many ways to trigger intellect in people. Now, I have 29 questions left if you want a lightning round through these.
Okay.
Some I'm sure you will want to go more into, but whatever you feel comfortable with. I'll give you
the very brief, abridged version. Go ahead, shoot.
What is anarchism?
Anarchism is the state where there is no ruling class who claims that they have the moral right to issue commands that their slaves or subjects, which constitute the body of humanity, have a moral obligation to obey. So anarchy or anarchism is the state of existence where there is no such thing as a master class or a slave class. In other words, there are no masters and no slaves in a state of anarchy.
What is government?
Government is a form of religion and mind control in which the bulk of the population or its adherents, let's say, accept the notion that there is a ruling class or a master class that issues laws which are the right, claiming the moral right to issue commands which a slave class has the moral obligation to obey. So government is the religion in which people believe that slavery is legitimate, is morally acceptable and legitimate. That's what government is. A religion which claims that slavery is morally acceptable and legitimate is what I would say government is at its root.
Now, just give me the etymology of the word government.
Sure. Government comes from two Latin roots. The first is gubernare. In Latin, classical Latin, there was no B classically. It was rendered as, no V classically. It was rendered as a B and a B sound. So gubernare meant to control or to steer. And the second part of the word government, incidentally, you get the word gubernatorial from govern, to govern, to rule, to control. Okay, gubernare. That's where gubernatorial, meaning related to a governor, comes from. Okay, the second part of the word also comes from Latin. The word mentis in Latin is the mind, okay, or mental. We get the word mental from it. Now, this was deliberately chosen as the word, as the suffix in English that would come from the Latin root for mind, because it means in English the state of or the condition of. And the wise groupings of people that ultimately long-term over many centuries evolved language chose that as the suffix because they understood one of the most deeply important and overarching principles that underlie the laws of nature, and that is everything in creation must be mental before it can become physical. So the suffix which was going to come to mean the state of or the condition of was chosen to come from the Latin root for mind, because they knew that for the condition to manifest, it had to be held as a thought or a belief in the mind first. Nothing gets manifested before it exists in the mind. So let's look at a computer. Someone had to have the idea of putting information digitally into a device that would then be able to process and compute and output it to the screen or some other device. Okay, that the computer wasn't just automatically built. We had to think of it. It had to exist in the mind. People had to conceive of it first. Even something as simple as a glass, okay? A glass which holds a liquid. This construct of a glass had to exist first in the mind. Someone had to say, I have a need or requirement. I want to be able to hold liquid without just picking it up in my hands or in a sheet of fabric or some rubber bag, okay? I want to refine materials such that I can make a hardened substance like this, and I will put liquid in it and drink from that container. That had to exist in the mind. The same is true for anything that we end with the word ment, with the suffix ment. So government is the condition of being governed or enslaved or ruled. That's what the word govern comes from. govern, gubernare, to rule, to control. So to be ruled, controlled, the state of being ruled or controlled means that it had to come from the mind first. That you have to control the mind first to create the condition of people being ruled or controlled. So literally, the word ment means mind. The second part of the word government, the suffix in Latin, means mind. So gubernare, the verb to govern or to rule or to control, and then mentis, mind. So it literally means to rule the mind, to govern the mind, to control the mind, so that you can create a state of existence in which the people who are ruled in the mind and governed in the mind and controlled in the mind are physically ruled, governed, and controlled. That's what government, that's the actual etymological root of government. And people will still debate that it means to control the mind so that you can create the state that is the control of the body, okay, which is slavery, okay? They'll still debate this, and they're incorrect. They're simply wrong because they don't understand they don't get the nuances of the etymological definition. They've only been told by someone who's never explained the nuance that government means to control the mind. And they break it down, gubernare, mente, okay? But they've never explained why mens mentis as a suffix in Latin was chosen to, in English, mean the condition of or the state of in nature, in the world. Okay, so I've just done that, and now people will understand how to explain it to a mental midget who doesn't look deeply enough into things to understand where they really, truly came from and why they came from that. This relates to the first principle of natural law, which is the principle of mentalism. As for something to exist in the realm of manifestation, it has to have a cause in the realm of mind. It had to exist first in the mind for it to be ever manifested in the physical domain. So yes, government does mean to control the mind, and it does mean the state of being controlled, the state of being in slavery. So it is absolutely, the word absolutely means mental slavery and physical slavery. The word government means both of those things because it is a religion of mental slavery and it is a condition of physical slavery. And anybody who denies that point does not know etymology of English words, does not know Latin, does not know the reason for the Latin choice, has never looked at the principles of natural law or the principle of mentalism, and is just flat wrong. They're just flat wrong. So get over yourself. If you don't understand government means to control the mind and ultimately to put somebody in a state of slavery. That's what it means, and that's what it has always meant. Right from its inception as a word. Go ahead.
What does religion mean, and what is the etymology of the word?
Religion ultimately means to believe something that isn't true and refuse to relinquish that belief system in your own mind, even though it will never get you the result that you are looking for in the realm of manifestation. So, and I should define that as a false religion, okay? Because there is a positive connotation to the word religion as well. But let's look at the negative connotation, the negative definition of the word. In Latin, the word religion came from the verb religare. Religare in Latin means to bind, to thwart from forward progress, or to tie up so that something cannot move physically forward. Okay, so it means to bind by tying, okay, to thwart from forward progress. So if I were to hold someone back, it means literally to hold back. If I grab someone around the waist and I held them with a grip, with a binding grip, such that they could not move forward when they wanted to move forward, okay, that would be, we would use the Latin verb religare in Latin to describe that condition. If I took a chain and I put it around the neck of a horse and I put the other end of the chain around a post that was deeply embedded in the ground such that the horse could not move, then that would be religare. I have bound the horse to the post. I have thwarted his progress in motion. And that's what the word religion means, and that's exactly why it is applied to the word religion. Religion is something that will hold you back from an accurate understanding of things if you accept it and believe it. And that's why the ruling class loves religion, and they love all the forms of it. Money is a form of religion, something that isn't true in nature, and yet people believe in it and put all their emotional investment toward it and their physical effort toward it. Okay, and if money is the only religion that people adhere to for essentially acting in the world, their motivation for action in the world, we're not going to get very much done. We have to do this volitionally. We have to do this voluntarily because we observe that it is the right thing to do, and that if we don't do it, we're going to be enslaved. That's why we need to do this great work of educating people regarding true morality, objective morality. And religion, government is religion, as I said. It's an untrue belief about authority vested in human beings having the right to rule over a class of subjects or slaves that have the moral obligation to obey. That's all religion ever is. That's all it is now. It's all it ever has been. It's all it ever will be. It is a false religion. Government is a false religion. And all religion is a set of beliefs that are not true in nature, that have no bearing in actual point of fact reality, that people believe in and accept as true when it is not true. And that leads to enormous suffering in the world because they act on beliefs that aren't true, and therefore their behaviors bring about the negative consequence through natural law, where since their minds are all screwed up, their behaviors are going to be all screwed up, and then the result that they get is what they do not want. And that's what religion invariably brings, which is why all false religion has to be destroyed. In the true sense of the word, in the positive sense, I should say, the word religion in its original connotation meant to bind back to, or in other words, to reunite with, is actually the better way of saying it. It meant to bring one back to something so that there could be a reunion. True religion is reunion, okay? But what is true religion? What is the reunion that we have to seek? We have to seek reunion, first of all, within ourselves. And that means unity consciousness. As you think, so you feel, so you behave, with no contradiction between those three things. If you say you want a world without violence, then you cannot condone violence. You cannot think that violence is acceptable, and when it is occurring, not feel that it is wrong. So you're in contradiction with yourself in that state of mind. So we need reunion within the self, and then we need reunion with common sense. We need reunion with the knowledge of natural law. And the reunion within the self is going to be made possible by reunion with the knowledge of natural law. That's why it's called common sense. Everybody's coming together and uniting on this one page. We have to get together. We could be on all different pages in a million, billion, trillion different ways. The one page we have to get together on and be united on is the knowledge of morality. If we're on the different pages when it comes to that, we're never going to accomplish this goal. That, you don't need to like the type of blueberry soda that I like, Keith. You may hate blueberries. You may hate blueberry flavor, okay? I drink a nice natural organic blueberry soda that I make with my soda stream, and I love it. I think it's great, okay? You might drink it, and you might spit it out and go, oh, I hate that. We don't need to be on the same page about stuff like that. Doesn't matter when it comes to freedom. That's a like, a whim, a preference. When it comes to objective morality, there is no such thing as a like, whim, or preference that influences objective morality. We have to get our likes, whims, and preferences out of the way when it comes to objective morality and reunite with the truth that there is truth, there is objective morality, and we have to understand what the wrongdoings are so we can understand what our rights are and not have them be violated. And the problem is most people have not reunited with that truth. They're not on the same page and don't have the common sense of that truth, and therefore their behavior is in opposition with their thoughts and their feelings, and their unconsciously co-creating a reality that is going to experience nothing but suffering, death, and chaos as a result of that refusal to unite with common sense, to reunite with common sense. So that's what true religion helps us to do. And there is only one true religion, and the true religion is truth itself, which is why when someone makes the asinine claim that there is no such thing as truth, you can tell that person is already dead and gone. There is nobody home. They're a gone goose. There ain't no one there, folks. There ain't nobody home. No one's there in the temple. No one's there in the house of the Spirit. Ain't nobody there. Okay? They've already accepted the highest satanic what's the word I'm looking for? A con job. You've accepted, you've taken the con man's bait. Okay? The con man is the Satanist who wants you to accept solipsism, the idea that there is no such thing as truth. This is the number one thing that Satanists want to put out there, that the dark occult wants you to put out there. Because if you believe there's no such thing as truth, they know you're done from the starting line, let alone that you're going to get to the finish line of true freedom. You're done at the starting line if you don't accept that there's such a thing as truth, because then there can be no such thing as right and wrong. There can be no such thing as natural law. There can be no such thing as behavioral consequence. And all you're going to do is to just randomly wander through life. And sometimes you might stumble into the right thing. Most of the time, you're going to be just absolutely co-creating chaos along with other ignorant people who also don't understand how the laws of morality and the laws of freedom work. And this is most people. That's where most people are at. They have said, screw truth, screw reuniting with common sense. And that's how strong and satanic their ego has become. They've been worked into a condition of a totally calcified, rock hard, satanic ego. And they like that condition. And most people who are already in that condition are going to die in that condition. I am under no illusion that I am powerful enough, or anyone is powerful enough, to remove people from the mind state of solipsism. That's the most spiritually diseased state that a human being is capable of existing in. And they will die in that condition, and more likely than not, they will continue to have that condition after death, because I don't believe that death changes our state of consciousness. I don't think we suddenly receive all the answers upon dying. I think death is no cure for an asleep person. Death is no cure for an unconscious individual. Death is no cure for ignorance. It's no cure for spiritual ignorance. Okay? Our work is to do the work here while we are alive on the ground. Okay? That's where, regardless of what planet we may find ourselves upon, the physical domain is where the spiritual work has to be done. Okay? Because we can experience differentiation and separation and, seeming opposites, etc. Whereas the spiritual domain is a domain of oneness and non-duality and non-separation. We come here to do the work of learning and progressing in consciousness regarding what right and wrong behavior are in the physical domain, and regarding free will and the consequences of choice. So this is what this whole constructural realm is about. It's to learn and grow in consciousness. And somebody who has said there's no such thing as truth, boom, they're done from Jump Street. From day one, they're not going to be seeking any spiritual truth, because they don't believe there's any truth to seek. So you've shut down their spiritual journey at the very inception, when you get somebody to subscribe to the sick religion of solipsism. So I took a little longer on that one, but I felt that's important.
What is the non-aggression principle?
Do not conduct harm. Do not initiate harm upon another sentient being. That's the non-aggression principle. In other words, do not initiate behaviors that cause harm or suffering or loss to another individual, period. Just, if you don't want something negative done to yourself, don't do that to other people. It is the golden rule. I like to word it in the apophatic. don't do to others that which you do not wish done unto you. So if you don't want to be lied to, if you don't want to be stolen from, if you don't want to be raped, if you don't want to be accosted, okay, if you don't want to be held as a slave, okay, if you don't want to be murdered, don't do those things to other people. That's the non-aggression principle. Do not initiate coercion or harm against other sentient beings. It can't really get any more simple, or we could just word it in 2 words. Don't steal. That's the non-aggression principle. Don't take which does not belong to you in the form of life, well-being, rights, freedom, property, etc.
What is slavery?
Slavery is a condition by which people are prevented from exercising their free will choice because they are being held in a condition of physical violence or the threat of physical violence, which is called duress. So when someone is enslaved, they are prevented from exercising their free will rights to choose. Okay, so and that means they are not allowed to own property. That means they are forced to work and not receive the fruit of their labor, which is also their property. Ultimately, that's what, if you want to boil slavery down, it means someone who is not allowed to own any property. Okay, property rights have been violently withheld from a slave because everything that someone is free to do is their property right. Okay, so I'm free to start a business and make money, even though some people would claim that no, I am not. I have to have a license. Okay, being held as a slave means we're going to tell you if you engage in that right, we'll harm you. Slave taxation is slavery. We need to stop calling it theft and calling it what it really is. It is theft, but it's slavery because you're taking the right of someone to own the product of their labor, which is an extension of the ownership of the body. So if you take the product of someone's labor, you have taken what they have accomplished with their physical body, and therefore you're making a claim of ownership on the body. So that's what slavery also is. Slavery is a claim of ownership on another individual. It's a claim of ownership and telling the person, I own you. You don't even own the right to your own body. Okay. So it's a claim of ownership and on a person and on an individual. It doesn't even have to be a person. It could be an animal. It's a claim of ownership on a person or an animal, and it's the removal of the natural rights. The claim of removal, it can't really be done in nature. You're claiming, I am removing your natural rights to any form of property, whether that property be your physical freedom, whether it be your right to choose, whether it be your the product of your labor, whether it be your physical possessions, whether it be your rights, your etc. So slavery is that. It is the claim that someone else is a ruler or master that may take all of the property on someone who they claim as their subject or slave. That's what slavery is.
I spoke with Stefan Molyneux twice on his program I was on, and I remember him saying, I said, yeah, taxation's theft, but it's not slavery. You can't compare those two. And he said, well, let's not use money. Let's say you and I are on an island, and I build a canoe. You then, after it takes me 10 hours of my labor to build that canoe, you steal it from me. What did you do to my labor? You confiscated my labor without my consent. That is violence and that is slavery. And the thing is I was thinking of money as being totally different from any other property, and that's what really explained that one to me.
Sure. Frederick Douglass did a great job of explaining slavery as a former black slave in the forced labor camps of the southern colonies called plantations, euphemized as plantations. He said when he came to the northern states, he escaped slavery in the southern colonies himself and came up to the northern colonies. And when he was subject to taxation in the north, he said, how is this any different from what I was just undergoing in the southern states? You know, my master on the plantation said to me, all of the product of your labor belongs to me because you're my property. And he said, now I come up here and you're telling me that 30% or 20% or whatever it was at the time of my labor is your property. Well, if 100% of your labor taking 100% of someone else's, the product of their labor is defined as slavery, which it most certainly is, what number could that be, could that percentage be lowered to for it not to constitute slavery? If you tell someone 1% of your labor belongs to me and you will give it to me or I will conduct harm upon you if you don't, that's slavery. Because you're claiming ownership on the product of what they use their body to create. Therefore, by extension, you are claiming ownership on the body. Taxation is a claim of ownership on the body. We need to stop looking at it as a claim of ownership on merely the fruits of the labor that we do, because the fruits of the labor that we do are produced by our body and mind. So how could one claim the fruit of the labor without claiming ownership of the body and mind? You have to claim the ownership of the body and mind by extension if you're claiming the right to own the labor. And that's why people have to let's stop even saying taxation is theft. It's too much of a euphemizing of it. We need to get more extreme and start using the term taxation is slavery, because that's what it is.
What is astrotheology?
Astrotheology is a underpinning of many modern religions, which is the veneration and sometimes the worship, but sometimes the allegoricalizing, if that's even a word, making into allegory, the lights of the heavenly bodies, the heavenly bodies in the sky. Okay, so hence astrology, okay, or astronomy, okay, the study of the heavenly bodies, the sun, the moon, the planets, the stars, okay, nebulae, galaxies, etc., all of the constructs of the physical universe on the macro scale. And astrotheology is creating allegories from the characteristics and movements of these heavenly bodies, namely the sun, the moon, the stars, and planets, into allegorical stories that teach moral lessons. And that was the original underpinnings of the religious, the cultural religions of today, namely the three big cultural religions: Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. So if we even look at the very symbols of Christianity, Judaism, and Islam, we will see the three major symbols of the three astrotheological cults, meaning we're relating astronomy to God. Okay, these are stories about God's law and morality in allegorical tales, okay, that are directly related to the physical heavenly bodies. Okay, and again, we had three major allegorical cults in the ancient world. You could call them cults, you could call them sects, whatever term you're comfortable with. Religions, but they were, as I said, the precursors of religion. And they were the solar cult or sect, the lunar cult or sect, and the stellar cult or sect. Okay? Now, if we just look at those three things, the moon, the sun, the moon, and the stars. Okay? What is the major symbol of modern Christianity? The Son of God on the cross. So it's the sun on the zodiacal cross, but we have morphed that in the modern day into the Son of God on the wooden cross of crucifixion. This is an allegorical story about the movement of the sun on the zodiacal cross and how it rejuvenates the world when it rises back up into the northern hemisphere and ends the season of death of the sun being in the southern hemisphere, when food does not grow in the northern hemisphere where the majority of the world's population lives. When it comes up at the spring equinox into the northern hemisphere, the sun is venerated as the savior of humanity. And this is an allegorical story of the Christ story in the New Testament. So the very symbol of Christianity is a cross with the host on it, okay, representing Jesus. But it's the sun, the cross, and then the sun on the cross, which is directly related to the astrotheological solar sect. Now, the second major cultural religion is Judaism, and that is the symbol on the flag of Judaism is a star on the Israeli flag. Okay, so right there, that they're telling you that that is the stellar sect of the ancient world, come down to us, in the modern day as the religion of Judaism. And then you have Islam, and the flag and symbol of the Islamic world is the moon. So that's the lunar sect. So Christianity is the solar sect, Islam is the lunar sect, and Judaism is the stellar sect. And right in their major symbols of the religions, they're venerating the ancient astrotheological sect that those religions grew out of. Christianity came from the solar sect, Islam came from the lunar sect, its symbol is the moon, and Judaism came from the stellar and planetary sect, Saturnian sect as well, which was symbolized by the star. So that's what astrotheology is in a nutshell, and it's a very interesting study. People can check out more about it on my website in the podcast section at whatonearthishappening.com. And there's many books up there on astrotheology for people to download. Makes a fascinating study, but it also helps you to understand how modern religions were started and some of the underlying core belief systems that flowed down through these ancient astrotheological cults into the modern cultural religious variant. So if you really want to understand comparative religious studies, astrotheology is a absolutely profound and indispensable study to make.
You had a great interview on InfoWars where you cleared up the difference between fake-ass anarchists called anarcho-communists and true anarchism. And then she asked you, what on earth is happening? And you said, mind control. What is mind control?
Mind control is the influence of others' thoughts and emotions to produce an effect that the practitioner of influence wants to produce. So it is influencing change to occur in the world in accordance with one's own selfish beliefs and desires by mentally and emotionally manipulating another person or persons. So any form of mental manipulation without giving people knowledge, without helping people to understand the why, the causal factor, or to withhold information so that they do not understand the causal factor or the truth of the matter, is a form of mind control, which is why I don't give little tiny snippets of things to people. Okay, and people will complain about this. This ain't the soundbite variant of how to understand what's going on in the world. If you want that, I don't give a damn who you go and listen to, but it's not going to be me, because I'm trying to explain this in depth to people who want to understand. And you have to want to understand, you have to recognize it is going to take time and attention to understand. And you're not going to learn it from just me. If you're just trying to learn it from me, you're making a critical error. You have to gather your sources from a wide and eclectic variety of information sources, and then compare them all and put them through the grinder. You have to put them through the processor to see if they withstand a rigorous investigation. And then you can say, I've come to an accurate understanding. Most people don't do that. They believe, or they trust, regardless of whether it's me or even the lying, deceitful mainstream sources of so-called news that are paid liars and paid whores to go out and lie to people. That's what the mainstream media is. But mind control is the most insidious influence in this world, and most people fall subject to it because they don't take the time required to perform a vigorous investigation into the state of reality. And that's what I've told people since day one. You want the soundbite? Go somewhere else. It ain't me. Okay? You want thorough investigation and thorough breakdown of things? Then you're going to need to spend time on it, and you're going to need to go deeply into it. And that's what will prevent you from falling into mind control. You know, you can fall into mind control real easy when you say, oh, a 4-hour video, who wants to watch that? You know, give me the 30-second version, because the 30-second version ain't going to tell you what you need to know. Maybe the 4-hour version will just whet your appetite enough to send you in the right direction, and then you could study it for a few weeks or a month, and then you'll start to understand it. But, you know, mind control is real easy to do to most people, because most people don't want to take the time and the attention to truly study what's really going on. And so, you know, they can easily send them down the primrose path, so to speak, by just subtly influencing them and saying, oh, this is all you need to know. You don't need to know about that. You know, that's not important. That's another form of mind control, is to dissuade someone from looking into something that they really do. Oh, don't look into any of that stuff that he talks about on natural law or the occult. You don't need to know any of that. That's all quaint superstition that comes out of religion, you know? No, it's a direct science that affects your life, and when you don't know it and other people do, that knowledge differential gets converted into an extraordinary power differential. Because make no mistake, that's how mind controllers work. They learn all the knowledge, then they tell people, they either hide it directly from people and keep it, and that's what intelligence agencies do, or they dissuade people. If it does get out there, they say, oh, that's not important, you don't need to know it. That's mind control. Okay, because what they're going to do with that knowledge differential is they're going to convert it to a big power differential in the real world, and then they're going to be ruling everybody as slaves in short order. That's what mind control leads to.
What is consciousness?
Consciousness is the ability of a being to recognize what is taking place both within them and around them. Very simply, it's how much you are aware of what is happening within your own psyche, within your own emotional makeup and psychological makeup, and it is your ability to recognize what is truly happening in the world around you. Okay, so we have expressions of consciousness that we use as tools to be able to develop this ability to recognize what is real and what is true and what is really happening. In other words, truth. And these three aspects of consciousness are our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. These are the aspects of human consciousness. Okay, so our thoughts are the neutral expression. Okay, this is the underlying creative expression, because everything that we feel or think ultimately is going to derive from what we think about something. Then our emotions are an internal expression. They're not neutral, they're a feminine expression because they're internalized. Okay, they're not actively at work in the world, they're at work within us. Okay, so it's a feminine internalized expression. We're not talking about physical gender. We're talking about a mental gender, it being feminine. Okay, so we have a feminine side to us, whether we're masculine or feminine. We have a masculine side to us, whether we are masculine or feminine. And the emotions are the aspect of consciousness that take on this feminine quality, because they're about being our guide for our behavior, our compass for behavior. So it's our conscience has to do with this feminine emotional quality of how we feel when we do things toward others or what we think about things. Very important. It's that mediator between thought and action. And then our actions are the masculine expression. This is the solar masculine qualities, whereas the emotions are the feminine lunar qualities. Okay, the emotions are what we do in the actual world. And this is either expressing our thoughts through our words, okay, or taking physical action in the world. Okay, so this is the child of, you could look at the creator or the ultimate expression of consciousness as the thoughts, and that would be like the father figure. Then the mother figure, the feminine side, is the emotions. And then when they're wed together, thought and emotion, they produce action in the world. And that is the son, or the masculine expression, that is the child of the thoughts and the emotions. So this is the Trinity. Consciousness forms this very unique trinity of father, mother, child. And this trinity has been found all over in every single cultural religion, and even every astrotheological religion that underpins cultural religion in the world, in every geographical region of the world. The Trinity has been venerated as an important symbolic part of just about every major world religion. And this is why, because the Trinity is within us. The thoughts, the emotions, the actions, we have to unite them as one. That's why there has to be three expressions of consciousness in the one individual, okay? And they have to be united as one, such that there is no contradiction between how we think, how we feel, and how we behave in the world. That's ultimately what consciousness is. It's been very misunderstood and told about in very overly complex ways, and in ways that very seriously undermine what it really is, and put people off of the path of consciousness, because they're trying to make it into something so far and so much bigger than the very simplistic aspect of what it is. It is the ability to recognize what's going on within us and around us, and we do that through our thoughts, our emotions, and our actions. That's what consciousness is in a nutshell.
What is truth?
Truth is that which has occurred, or that which is taking place and occurring in the present. So truth is that which has occurred or happened in the past. It's that which is and cannot be changed because it has already taken place. We could look at things that people consider subjective truth, quote unquote, right? Which is preference or likes, okay? So is it true that I like 72% dark chocolate? Yes, it is. I buy that when I buy dark chocolate. That's what I like. That's true. Okay. So yes, we could look at truth in that sense, because that statement is true. And I may say that is good chocolate and that is true for me, but that's not truth. Let's distinguish truth with a capital T and truth with a lowercase t. Okay. Is it true, lowercase t, that yes, I like dark chocolate? Yes, it is. You may hate dark chocolate, and I may say that dark chocolate is excellent, and you may take a bite of the same chocolate and say that sucks. Well, what's true? Neither of them is true in nature. The truth is that's chocolate. The truth is that has this much raw cacao bean grounded up in it, and then worked to a very fine, consistency, plus it has this much sugar in it that has also been ground down to a very fine consistency and then hardened into a bar. That's what the truth of the matter of the chocolate is. It is that thing, okay? That cannot be changed by us. It is that thing. But whether we like it or not, we can say that's the truth of our preference. Is there a truth of my preference for chocolate? Yes, it is. I like 72% dark, cocoa percent chocolate. Okay. Some people may taste that and go, ooh, that's bitter. Give me some milk chocolate. Is it true that they don't like that and they like milk chocolate? Yes, it is. But what we're talking about as truth is truth, capital T. Okay. Truth, capital T, is out of all the possibilities of things which could have occurred, this is what occurred. This is the event that went down and it occurred, and there's a truth about it. So is there a truth about what happened on 9/11/2001? Yes, there is a truth. Some people in the world do know that truth. Some people say, here's the truth, and this is what the mainstream media said. And that's not the truth of what happened. Okay? I can tell you that the truth is not what they said. Can I tell you the exact thing of what it was? No, I can't. I don't have enough information to tell you exactly how it went down. I could tell you how it didn't go down according to the laws of physics. So I could start the process of apophatically breaking down that event and saying, this didn't happen, this didn't happen, this didn't happen. Here's the things that are left, which might have happened. Okay. But for any one person to just say, I know the totality of it, the people who know that are the people who actually planned the event and carried it out. They do know what actually occurred. Is there a truth? Yes, there is. Do we currently actually know that truth? Probably not. Can it be known? Yes, it can. We can study and break that down to a point where we do know what happened, but it would probably involve extracting the truth from people who were actually involved. And then we would probably come to a better understanding of it. But what I'm talking about as truth, you have to get this mystical notion of I know the totality of the mind of God out of your head. That is not what I am talking about as truth. I'm talking about this occurred, this went down, this happened, and it's done. It's in the past now. It's set in history. See, truth is only exists in what is happening in the present moment and what happened in the past. There is no truth of the future. There's only potentialities of what could possibly occur in the future. But right now, everything that happened in the past is the way it happened. It did occur and happened that way, which led to the current moment. That's what the truth is. And perceptions have no business in truth. It's only that which occurred and that which is occurring. That's my simple definition for truth.
You have said that this right here, how our reality is built, is one of the most important slides in your work. How is our reality built?
It's probably not to, toot my horn or make me sound very egotistical, but if what I have laid out in that slide is properly understood, it may be the single most important presentation slide that's ever been made in humanity. That's how important the information on that slide is. What you just put there is the trivium process and how it works to bring us the result of how we think, feel, and act in the world, of the expression of our consciousness. So the bottom, there's 4 blocks for people who may not be familiar with the slide that I have put out in many presentations called How Our Reality is Built. The 4 building blocks are knowledge or lack thereof. And this is the first step of the trivium process. So what we do in the world and the result that we get is based on how much knowledge we have about any given situation. So if we gather that knowledge and we have all the knowledge that we need to make informed decisions, we're then going to go to the next step and we're going to process that knowledge. Okay? So we have knowledge as the foundation, and then the next step before we start to act is we're going to say, do I understand this? Do I know what it means? And that's the understanding step. And we either have understanding or we lack understanding. And that's based on what we know or what we're ignorant of. Then human beings act in the world. And they act in the world based on what they understand or think they understand or what they don't understand. And that understanding is based on how much knowledge they've gathered and or not, or have not taken in, which is ignorance. Okay. So when we do that third step in the aggregate, okay, knowledge, then understanding, then action, or wisdom, or lack thereof, meaning either we act as a whole society in the right way, according to right, according to morality, meaning we don't harm others, or we act in the aggregate in the wrong way, according to moral law, and we harm others or allow harm to come to others and we're doing nothing about it to try to reverse that trend or those behaviors, then we are going to get that 4th block on the very top, that white block, which is the manifested result in the world that we then have to live with. So the manifested result happens as a result, as a consequence of aggregate behavior. So that's the result that we get in the world. That's the effect that is produced in the world. Is that going to be orderly and based in freedom and not be chaotic and, have extremely effects that are causing suffering as a result? Or is it going to be totally chaotic, and is it going to be based, or are we going to experience slavery and we're going to have enormous suffering attached to that result? That is dependent upon our behavior. The behavior is what determines the effect. The behavior is the cause, and what happens in the world is the effect. And the behavior is based upon the 2 lower blocks, what we have come to understand based on the amount of knowledge that we have taken in. That's how our reality is built. And people don't understand that simple. Once again, what is it? It's a trinity. It's a 3-fold process. Knowledge is the neutral, understanding is the internalized process, and then behavior is the externalized process. There's your trinity again that gives you the result of what you experience in the world. That's what consciousness is. That's how natural law works. It brings it all around full circle.
What is the occult?
The occult is knowledge about the laws of nature and the human psyche that have been hidden from humanity for different reasons throughout human history, and that the bulk of human beings still do not recognize as existing and have not looked into with any depth such that they can come to an understanding of those laws and characteristics. And when you hide something like that, it simply means knowledge which is hidden or is not readily seen. You could look at it as two different ways if you don't like the word just hidden, because again, today they don't need to hide the knowledge. All they need to do is throw a needle in a haystack called the internet and say, well, it's there with 10 quadrillion lies, go find it. Or they need to say, you don't need to look at that. It's not important. You don't need to know it. It's all quaint superstition. That's how the occult has come down into the modern world. In the past, they painstakingly, it was literally written down in books, and like certain people had them, and if other people tried to read them, they were tortured to death. That's how the occult was maintained in the past. Today, there's so much knowledge, the truth is drowning in a sea of disinformation, and even when people do discover it and try to put it out there to others, they say, not important, you don't need to know that. They dissuade people from actually looking into that reality and acting upon it. So that's what the truth is. Hidden knowledge about the laws of nature and the human mind and behavior that can, if known, empower individuals, but if unknown, will continue to those individuals who don't know it will continue to operate blindly in the world and create consequences that they don't want to create. Okay? And what the knowledge of the occult can do is, if it is held by a small group of people who want to wield it as a weapon by keeping it away from their opponent, they will, through their knowledge differential, manufacture a power differential because they know how things work and the people who they want to rule don't know how they work. And that is exactly what has been done with the knowledge of the occult. And that's why people have to learn it. They have to learn the knowledge of the occult, which is about these natural laws ultimately, and about how our consciousness works. Because if you don't know yourself and you don't know the enemy that's using this weapon against you, you are going to get beaten. And getting beaten means your free will is going to be removed and you're going to be enslaved. And that's worse than death. That is infinitely worse than death. And yet, people will say they'd rather be enslaved and or die, okay, than learn the truth, because it's somewhat fearful to them. And they don't want to go through the process of changing themselves. See, they're lazy. They're ignorant and lazy. And it's easy to stay ignorant and lazy. All you have to do is do nothing. To learn this stuff, you have to apply yourself. You have to take time. You have to study. You have to read. You have to sacrifice other things that you may want to do in your life to gain knowledge like this. And most people, they say, screw that, man. I want to be selfish. I want to live for food, drink, and sex and game, and that's it. I'm not interested in anything else. That's where most people's level of selfishness is at. And you know what that's called, Keith? That's called Satanism, ladies and gentlemen. That's what living only for yourself and not caring about what's going on around you is called. That's called Satanism. I should know. I was a priest in the religion of Satanism for many years. So I should know what one of the main belief systems of Satanism is. And I'm telling you, that's it. And when you look around at the world and you look how many people are just selfish assholes who only give a damn about themselves, the majority of the population of this planet are trapped in a satanic mindset. That's the truth. And it's our job to help get them out of that. That's what the great work is. And yeah, we can influence that, inspire it, and encourage it. Yes, we can. That's what light magic is. That's what positive magic. That's the opposite of mind control. That's mind and spiritual uplift. Mental and spiritual uplift means you're going to influence, encourage, and inspire people to become better and to do the right thing and to learn true knowledge about what's going on within them and around them to expand their consciousness.
One important thing to mention on the anniversary of the Lexington battle, you talk about a concept of the difference of violence and force. What is the difference between violence and force?
So force is the ability to do work or to cause change in our physical environment. Anything that we do that is a behavior that is a right involves some aspect of force. Okay? So anything that causes change in the world is changed through a force. Nothing can be changed without a force involved. You want to clean a table, you're going to have to apply force to it to take the particles off the table. You want to hang a picture, you're going to have to lift that picture up against the wall. You're going to have to hammer the nail into the wall, all involving usage of force. Okay? So force is a scientific term. It's the ability to conduct work in the physical domain. Now, violence is the opposite. Violence means you are taking a force and initiating aggression against someone with it unrightfully when you have no right to do such thing. Violence is the initiation of unjust, undue force against someone to coerce, constrain, or compel them. So you are violating someone's rights when you conduct violence. When you simply employ a force, no rights are being violated. So this comes down to the distinction between violent behavior and self-defensive, forceful behavior. Okay, this is where we most likely are going to see this distinction. Violence, interaction on the street. A mugger and a human being walking down the street minding their own business. The mugger comes up to the individual, he pulls out a firearm, and he says, if you do not give me all of the money in your wallet and the watch on your wrist, I am going to shoot you. That's violence. You've initiated undue force and coercion against another individual without right. You had no right to do that because that's their property, and then you're threatening under duress to take their property and harm them, which you don't have the right to do because that causes harm to another. That behavior causes harm to another, and you're attempting to take their free will and their property. If the person who is the mugger is attempting to rob would then pull out their own firearm and get the jump on the other individual, let's say they were distracted somehow, and fire at them, they would not have conducted an act of violence. See, this is what people have to understand. That second act of firing upon the mugger is not an act of violence because you are acting within your right to defend your property, meaning your life, your rights, your freedom, and your physical property. Okay? Because you were just attacked and violated in an act of aggression, which was violence because it violated your right to remain unharmed and not to have coercion and duress conducted upon you and attempted theft. So if you fire upon them, you are conducting an act of self-defensive force, which does not constitute a second act of violence. In that exchange that I just described, only one act of violence took place, and it was conducted by the mugger who initiated or started the aggression. See, the whole point of what defines whether it's violence or not is who started it. Who initiated, meaning when there was no violence, who put the violence into manifestation? By starting it, by initiating it. This is why when parents say this asinine thing or teachers say this asinine thing, it doesn't matter who started it. That's all that matters. The only thing that matters is who started it, because that was the act of violence when you started it. If it wasn't there before and you started it, that's the act of violence that took place. Someone responding to violence by physically protecting and defending themselves and putting down the attack by whatever amount of force is required to put the attack down was not engaging in violence. They were engaging in the right of self-defensive force. And that is the difference between those terms. And we need to clear up that difference and make it clear in other people's minds and stop using the terms interchangeably because they mean the polar opposite of each other.
What is cultural Marxism and who was Antonio Gramsci?
Cultural Marxism is a process by which communists want to infuse communism into the society of many countries and geographical regions by doing it through cultural norms. In other words, infiltrating the pop culture and bringing communist ideas and quote values. They're not values at all. They are absolutely denigrated ways of being in the world and worldviews, as a matter of fact. But they want to slip these into the pop culture such that they become the commonly held belief over long periods of time. Cultural Marxism is one of the huge tactical strategies for what was known as the long march through the cultural institutions, which was formulated by a Bavarian-based think tank called the Frankfurt School, which was one of its most famous members was Antonio Gramsci. He was an Italian fascist / communist that wanted to bring in cultural Marxism into mainly the United States. He wanted to bring communism outrightly into the United States. And he and other of his think tank members in the Frankfurt School recognized that the Bolshevik Revolution, which was a military revolution, ultimately, was a long-term failure. It did not bind and mind control the population quite enough, such that when the Communist Party took over as the totalitarian regime of a one-party regime, the people were not submissive enough in their bowing down to the one party and saying, yes, they have every right to take all of our freedoms and to mete out resources as they see fit and to mete out rights as they see fit. So it was not long-term successful enough for the likings of rabid communists and rabid fascists such as Gramsci, who was a social engineer and a person who was probably a member of the occult elite. But certainly many other members of the Frankfurt School of Germany were members of the occult elite. And they don't want to stop at just having a totalitarian regime rule the bulk of the population. They want to be God. This is what you have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, whether you accept the notion of the creator or not. Other people want to be the idea of God. They want to be all-powerful, all-knowing, and not have their will questioned, okay? And be able to make the law. Whatever their whim says that the law shall be, then that is what it shall be. That's the sick, twisted, destroyed human soul with an out-of-control ego that says, I am God. And that's what these people are. So what Gramsci formulated is the plan of long-term mind control that he and other Frankfurt School think tank members referred to as the long march through the cultural institutions. And you can look it up and study about it. You know, it's all right there. You'll find out that what I'm saying is correct. And what this was they recognized that they could take over other countries through communist mindset, but they had to do it through the cultural institutions. They could not do it quick, short-term militarily. It would have to be a long, drawn-out process that would be done through popular culture. And the absolute main area that they targeted was the educational facilities, the educational institutions of all the countries that they wanted to target. And that is why if you come into the United States today and you look at all of the major cities of the United States, and then within those major cities, those population centers, you look at the educational, higher level educational institutions, the colleges, the universities, etc., you will find communist ideas infused throughout the educational institutions. And that's why so many rabid leftists and outright socialists and communists come out of the college and university institutions in America, because one of their major plans were, we have to get the youth while they are young, idealistic, and stupid. Okay? We have to get the youth when they are young, idealistic, and stupid, because they have not taken in the wider body of knowledge that they need to understand, okay, which is hidden from them or they are dissuaded from looking into. And these idiots who think they know something, who think they're smart and intelligent when they don't have one drop of holistic intelligence inside of them because they don't know themselves and they don't know the true enemy, okay, with their wild eyes and seeing the world through rose-colored glasses, start to think Marxism and communism and socialism are actually good ideas. Because that's what a malleable, absolutely ignorant, malleable young man or woman's brain can be molded into. And they knew it. They knew it because they study human psychology, they study human physiology, they study all the kinds of interconnected dynamics, social dynamics between human beings, and they formulated a plan that's working perfectly up to this day because most people don't even know about it and have never heard their name. Okay? And that plan was the long march through the cultural institutions. It's in medicine, it's in entertainment, it's in law and law enforcement, but mostly, folks, it is in the educational, so-called educational facilities of most modern countries, but particularly in America. Let me tell you something. Did they do a number on Germany? Good God. Did they get Germany? I mean, did they turn that country communist or what? Okay? They hit that country harder than almost any other. And Sweden was absolutely demolished by the long march through the institutions. And let me tell you something, behind Sweden and Germany, right behind that is the United States. And they have done a absolutely masterful job of destroying the mind of the youth here, because the youth here is so painfully dumb, so painfully ignorant, and they believe this leftist Marxist bullshit, okay, that they are fed by their so-called professors, which were basically failures at turning the whole Soviet Union countries into total communism. They knew it was a failed system, and they came over here and said, let's try it in the United States. They came over here during and after the Cold War, and they bred like cockroaches. These Soviet communists came here and bred like cockroaches in the United States. And let me tell you something. Don't think I'm a far righter just because I'm telling you that this happened. The same thing happened with the Nazis after World War II. They came in after Operation Paperclip. They came in after Germany was basically, put down, and all the countries came in and carved it up after World War II. Okay, they came to the United States and other countries, and they bred like cockroaches, and they spread the Nazi ideology here. So I'm not left or right. It's like all of these are totalitarian ideologies that are essentially just euphemisms for slavery, which is what I stand against. That's why I don't believe in any government. I don't believe in any politics. I believe in no political spectrum. The only political spectrum is, are you conscious and working toward true freedom or not, or are you not? In which case, you're a mindless imbecile who's going to help build a world of enslavement. That's the political spectrum right there in a nutshell. Either you're a conscious person working toward real freedom, or you're an unconscious person that's going to be either an active or willing dupe for slavery in the world. Okay, there's your real political spectrum. Okay, so this is who Gramsci was. This is what the long march through the institutions was. You have to also understand this not only happened with communist so-called ideals or values, it also happened with Nazi so-called ideals and fascist so-called ideals and values. I don't insulate either side from it. They're both evil. The problem is people who have become evil and want to propagate evil to other people and other nations. And they've done a masterful job of it, because I'll tell you what, the youth of this country has a mindset of evil, of pure evil. Most of the kids that come out of the educational facilities, the indoctrination camps that we laughingly call colleges and universities in America, they come out with a mindset of total fucking evil. Can I say it any more clearly?
In your most recent release, or no, I'm sorry, this was a while ago, Fake Ass Christians, you talk about the difference between belief and knowledge. What is the difference between believing something and knowing something?
Believing means you're accepting it third party. You are not investigating it yourself to determine its veracity. In other words, you're saying, I'm too lazy to actually do the work to try to verify whether this is actually the case, whether this is actually true or not. So with belief, there's no processing done with information that you are given. It just goes right from being handed to you to being accepted and then supposed to be acted upon. You don't really understand it. You don't understand whether it's true or not, and largely you don't care because it's easy. See, it's far easier to believe than to actually do the work to try to determine its veracity through a scientific methodology or process. This is why we have so much religion in the world. This is why not only the people who cling to the cultural religions like Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Hindu, Buddhism, it could go on and on. There's thousands of religions. Okay, but you also have people that believe in cultural religions that have come down to us to the modern world, but that we don't understand as religion. So this is government. Government's the biggest religion on the face of the earth. I would say probably second to money. Money is the most widely held religious belief, is that money has actual intrinsic value and it's real, and and it's a part of nature and we need it and it's natural and necessary, etc. This is the biggest religion on the face of the earth because it is questioned by the least amount of human beings. Second biggest religion on the face of the earth is the belief in authority or government. And this is questioned by a little bit more human beings than the belief in money is questioned by. Hardly anybody questions the belief in money. A little bit more people question the belief in authority and government, and they call themselves anarchists. And some are legitimate anarchists and some are not legitimate anarchists because they're only using the term in some soft way that doesn't really portray what anarchism really is, which is the abolition of slavery. Anarchy is the abolition of slavery. Okay? I'm an abolitionist. I don't accept the existence of a ruling class as being morally legitimate because I know that there can never be any such thing as morally legitimate slavery, which is what government and the belief in authority is. So, belief will get you things like the absolute gap between these huge, super rich elites and people who can't even eat. Okay. And it will also get you things like people who think that they're the lawmaker and they're God, and other people who are the slaves of the plantation who have the moral obligation to obey their gods. Okay. That's what belief will get you. What knowledge will get you is the understanding, here's the objective difference between right and wrong. I'm sovereign, meaning I'm not a slave. No one has the right to rule me as a master. Okay. And anarchy is the only moral position that can actually be taken by a people who are truly moral, because it's the abolition of human slavery, which is the only moral position. There is no amount of government you could, it's like saying, what amount of taxation can you lower the percentage to not make it slavery anymore? Well, there's no amount of government you can lower it to not make it slavery anymore either, folks, in case you haven't figured that out yet. So that's the difference between knowledge and belief. Knowledge is going through a process by which you can verify the actual truthfulness or veracity of information. And there's a stepwise progression for that. It's called the trivium or the scientific methodology. You're gathering all your data, you're hypothesizing about it, you're coming to an understanding of it by processing it and weeding out the logical inconsistencies in the data, and then you are going to publish it or act upon it. That's knowledge, understanding, and wisdom. That is grammar, logic, and rhetoric, and that is input, processing, and output. It's the scientific methodology throughout history. So nothing I've said here today and nothing I've said in any of my information requires belief. When I'm speculating, I'll tell you I'm speculating. When I'm not speculating, I'm telling you here's how it is because I went through the scientific method of truth discovery and the trivium to understand that this is the way that it actually is, and so can you. It requires no magical abilities. It requires no belief. It requires no religion. I have none of those things, folks. I am a normal guy who just applies myself to try to seek and determine the truthfulness of information. And anybody with half of a brain can do the same.
You mentioned in your most recent talk that I was at, which was such a great experience, duress, dissidence, and deadly force. you mentioned that you wish that you would be able to take someone to a satanic ritual so they would know what we're up against.
That's
If
right.
you were to take me to a satanic ritual, what would I see?
Well, we have to hypothesize a little bit more about the imaginary scenario, because if we actually did try to just barge in, we would probably both simply be killed. So when I say I wish I could, it means that certainly that scenario is not in place. It cannot be done because I've certainly made enemies of these people. Okay, but if the laws of nature were suspended momentarily and like I could temporarily control certain people's behavior, right? I would say I'd want to kidnap a person who is totally averse to hearing what I'm saying and understanding any part of it. If I could really put them in a situation with true Satanists conducting rituals that I know that they conduct, okay, I would take them, put them in a car, take them down to a place where I know where this goes on, and put them into a cellar/dungeon where horrific things are done to human beings. Now, whether they would be done to them, they probably wouldn't survive that scenario. But if they could just be a fly on the wall and watch what happens, okay, and then watch the aftermath of the result would get cleaned up. Police would help clean up the result. Nothing would be done to the people doing it because they're above the law. It would, if there was a death involved, that would be evidence would be created, would be manufactured and taken to be planted somewhere else, possibly with the body. And then someone would be, quote, held accountable for the dastardly thing that was done. Okay. And then all the people who actually conducted it would be completely unscathed and nothing would be done to them. And they would go and live their lives and do it all over again. That's what I wish I could kidnap someone and show them, because then they still may not know themselves, but like in the art of war, Sun Tzu said, all you need to do is know yourself and know your enemy, and then you have nothing to fear, no matter what happens in the battle. Maybe they still don't know themselves, but you know what, folks? Then you would know who the true enemy is. For certain. It wouldn't be a belief. You'd know it. Balls to bones. You'd know. That's why I'd want to be able to do something like that, but obviously that's not within my power. But then I wouldn't have to explain a goddamn thing to anybody. See, I'm very long-winded, and it's very tiring saying the same damn things over and over and over and over again. You'd get tired of it real quick if you had to do it. That's why most people don't want to do this. I call myself amongst my friends Mr. Broken Record. That's my nickname. Somebody just print me a shirt that says Mr. Broken Record. I need to do it soon, okay? Because that's all I do is say the same things over and over again that humanity refuses to understand. Because I'm not here to make anybody understand it. I'm here to witness it. I'm here to put it out there into the world as a witness of truth. That's what I'm charged to do. I'm doing my dharma. I am doing the work that I am charged to do here, okay? I'm fulfilling my karma by doing that. Okay? And I'm going to stand in the presence of that truth. I'm not going to waver from it. This is what my job is here to do. That's my purpose. I know what my purpose is. And while it's horrific to have to do the same thing over and over and over with very little progress, I'm still going to do it because that's my purpose and it's the right thing to do. And that's it. There is nothing else to do here. There's nothing else to do here. What is there that has any real meaning or any real value in a state of slavery? What's the difference whether you became the greatest doctor in the world? What's the difference whether you became the greatest scientist in the world? If you're still enslaved in that state, you think that's actually an accomplishment? Nothing is an accomplishment. Love's not an accomplishment in slavery. People think, oh, that's the purpose of life. Yeah, it would be a nice thing if we were free. It would be wonderful, But what kind of real love can you have when the two people are slaves and think that should continue or that's acceptable? What kind of accomplishments in life as anything that you want to be are truly of value. I'm talking about here. You know, I'm not trying to knock people's life accomplishments. Go do it, be whatever you want to do, but get involved in the fight for freedom first. You know, and foremost. You know, I want to. Look. I'm so good at bowling. I very rarely even talk about this. I bowled a game last year that was 1 point less than the world championship bowler's high score in when he won the championship tournament. Okay. I love the bowl. It puts me in a focused, nice mood. Like I have a good time at the lanes, right? I could be, if I practice, I don't even practice. I threw a game 1 point less than the world champion, and I don't even practice. If I went and started practicing every week, I could do that every time I bowled, and I could be the world championship bowler. I'm not even bragging. I'm telling you. I'll put at some point in a future podcast. I'll put my scoreboard. I took a picture of it, and you can compare that to the world champion that year. He threw a 265 to win the game, and I threw a 264. Okay, so the whole point is, if I really, really wanted to do that and make that make that my accomplishment, I could say, screw all this. I'm going to go and be a world champion bowler, and I'm going to make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year on bowling tournaments. Okay, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in being free. That's a game, man. That is a game, ladies and gentlemen. This is what people are more interested in, what their sports team in their city does, rather than whether their rights are being violated. This is how crazy of a society we have become. And then people say, oh, there's too much emotion in your voice. Yeah, because you're not supposed to be upset about being a slave. No. You're supposed to get upset when your team loses in your city. Oh, it's your team. We did good today. Yeah, we did? Really? Oh, you made the team, huh? Wow. Congratulations. That's impressive. I mean, this is how retarded human beings are in the 21st century. Really. This is how retarded they are. And that's your average person that calls himself a man. That imbecile calls himself a man. Dares to use the word in application to himself. You know, that's all I have to say.
Speaking of man, in your excellent talk regarding feminism and the satanic epi-eugenics agenda, you talk about the purpose of dividing man versus women, black versus white, but you say there's an extra significance with the gender divide because it is a 50-50. What is the purpose of dividing the genders?
The biggest cohesive glue in a society regarding morality and social cohesion in general is the bond between man and woman. And you only need to gauge or measure the healthiness of a society and the strength of the state, by the way, which is inversely proportional to the health of a society, by how well do men and women get along with each other within that society. Now think about what I just said there. The biggest social cohesive glue in all of society is the bond between man and woman, and the health of a society is gauged by how strong that bond is, and the health of the state is gauged by how weak that bond is. The power of the state is inversely proportional to the strength of that bond. Therefore, you automatically know the social engineers are going to want to drive a wedge between men and women. And all we have to do is look around. Look around, see, it's all scientifically observable. It has nothing to do with opinion. It has nothing to do with belief. It is observable. How powerful is the state? Then look at that's the effect. Okay? How much do men and women truly get along and love each other and respect each other in our society? Is it about mutual respect? Is it about getting along? Or is it about power over the other? Is it about wanting something from the other? Okay? And only seeing what you can get from the other, from the opposite sex. And this is what our society has totally devolved into because of the social engineers driving a wedge and forging a gender war between the sexes. And also putting in the notions that there are like 60 some genders as well. Believe me, I'm friends with transgendered individuals and have no problem with their choice to do that. It's not about discrimination. But when you're starting to try to tell people biology has no bearing on what gender is, you're trying to redefine science. You're trying to redefine truth and reality. So, to go back to the notion that these social engineers know that the strength of the state hinges upon whether men and women are actually together exploring morality, are fostering true values, especially propagating true values to the young, like truth and freedom and morality. Okay, if that's not being done, you're having the state raise children. You're having constant division and warring between people in their own families and amongst their friends. And nobody is going to be unifying together and fighting the state if they believe, oh, there's a patriarchy and men are the enemy, or, oh, all women have an evil nature and should be avoided and we shouldn't interact with them. Because that's what there's a pushback. You have the feminists forming this idea of the patriarchy. You know how much loathing I get viewed with? I mean, I feel like I'm discriminated against walking down the street just because I'm a white, middle-aged, masculine man. Okay? It's as if somehow you're the enemy. I'm fighting for freedom. I'm fighting for rights. I'm fighting for what's right, for morality. And I'm somehow the enemy because of my gender. I see it every day. And guess what, Keith? It's hard. It is hard to be viewed like that and to not want to come with some kind of a blowback toward that other person, because you have to constantly just remind yourself they're just a fucking dunce. They're just so painfully dumb because of their social engineering. They're just so fucking dumb that you have to feel sorry for them. Instead of, see, I get into the notion of, I really start to hate people when they act like this. Okay, it's a battle for me every day not to fall into total 100% hatred. Okay, but then, and sometimes I don't accomplish it. Sometimes it gets to me, man. But it's like I have to go back and constantly remind myself they're just so stupid because of what they've been taught that's not true. They have a religion. It's the same thing for these guys who insistently think women are just evil. It's like this biblical notion that, oh, Eve was the woman who gave sin to Adam. And like modern guys in the men's rights movement, but particularly the MGTOW movement, have this notion that the nature of women is just evil. They're not looking at social engineering. They're not looking at the long march through the institutions that has done this, that has put people into this condition and fostered this gender war. Then they take the opposite approach. We're just going to hate on them. We're not going to talk to them to try to properly re-educate them. We're just going to say that they're fundamentally at their nature flawed and evil. And what's that going to do? Is that going to solve the problem? No, it's going to drive a further wedge between people. And this is what the social engineers want, And men can be said to be just as equally stupid and just as equally not educated because they don't understand the world of the occult. They don't understand social engineering. They don't understand hidden knowledge. They don't understand hidden psychology. They don't understand mind control. They think, they look at a picture, women are acting like this to me, so they must just be bad people. No, it's the condition that they've been worked into, just like men have been worked into a condition. And how I talked about this on another interview recently, and it's something that just sticks in my craw. How many guys who consider themselves men have been worked into such a fearful, just absolutely, I'm just going to say it, pussified condition, okay, of just being an absolute trash baby, that they are fearful of societal breakdown. I hear this all the time. Oh my God, Mark, Keith, if we didn't have government, society would break down. We'd have all of this violence and this. It's like you already have violence. You already have a condition of chaos. It's called slavery. You would, in other words, men, grown ass men are saying, at least physically grown ass men, are saying, I'm so pussified that I would rather actually be enslaved and have a condition of slavery be in control of my life rather than take the chance that some bad things might happen if we drop the ridiculous religion called government and stop believing in its existence, which is totally non-natural and does not actually exist. Authority does not exist in nature, okay? But if we drop that religion, oh my God, there might be people who do some bad things and we'll have to deal with it. What kind of a man are you? You're just trash. You're just trash whose parents were trash. That's all somebody like that is. You're a fearful little piece of trash pussy whose parents were immoral trash, who didn't teach you the right values in life. That's what a man who thinks like that is. You're a coward. A coward. I can't say it any more plainly. You're just a coward. Can you imagine, Keith, I know you're a real man. Can you imagine being so afraid that you're like, oh my God, if this condition of total control and slavery isn't in place, oh, bad things, people are going to do bad things. I better get out there and become a cop because I have to control other people's behavior. I'm laying down to go to sleep at night, and all I'm thinking is, oh my God, if slavery doesn't continue in the world, what are people going to do to each other? Oh my God. Could you imagine being that big of a piece of fucking trash, Keith?
Well, it's also a great non sequitur to say that I'm afraid bad things will happen, therefore the state is legitimate. Like,
Yeah.
if there is a state, the worst people will be attracted to it and
Yep.
will commit atrocities on a level that otherwise would not be able to exist. Ted Bundy compared to Mao Zedong.
That's it.
I mean,
No
thank
comparison.
God Ted Bundy didn't run for office.
Yeah.
And I pray to God we end the state before more Kissingers
You get the majority
get a
vote
hold.
for somebody like that. He was a good actor. You know what I mean? He was a good con man. That's all you need to be a good politician. He was just the psychopath that wasn't necessarily attracted to government where he could do the most harm. He just decided to actually bloody his hands himself because he had a little bit more balls than your average politician. You know? He took the chance by doing the act himself. But, the people who are so afraid of chaos manifesting, so afraid, oh my God, without man's law, you might have people who are doing bad things to each other. Well, with man's law, you're having way more people doing bad things to each other, and with a lot more power to do a lot more evil. Because people actually believe they have the right. They don't just think that they're a gang or a thug on the street that has no right to do it and then stop them physically from doing it. These are gang criminal thug members who people in a uniform, the people actually in a gang uniform, that people actually believe have the moral right to do the harmful things that they're doing. This is how stupid the population is, and this is how much of absolute cowardice trash the people who continue to support this system of slavery are. You are cowardly, ignorant trash. And the problem is bad parenting here, Keith. If they didn't have cowardly, ignorant trash for parents who would actually take the time to teach them a little bit about what real morality is, because they took enough time to learn themselves before they dumped a child into the world with no parenting or morals, okay, maybe we wouldn't be in as bad of a situation as we are. It's all about bad, trash parenting, okay? That's what is so rampant in the world, okay? That all of these people who believe in government had trash as parents, and all of the people in government had trash as parents. And the only way we can turn it around is when we start not only understanding these principles of truth and morality ourselves, but then we teach it to our young. First and foremost, it's got to be taught to the young. It's got to be instilled in the young. And you start that with your own family. You start that with the young in your own family. Then you can spread that out to others. So all people with Children, it's your first, ultimate, and utmost responsibility to teach morality to your young first, and to teach them about the illegitimacy of slavery called government. Then you could start teaching it to other people, but you instill it in your children first and foremost. There's no better solution to this condition than conscious parenting. Conscious parenting is the number one solution, because everybody has a mother and a father. And if they taught their young correctly, we wouldn't have people growing up into this condition where they can't think. Homeschool your children, teach them objective morality, teach them that government is slavery and morally illegitimate. Start with your own family and then branch out to other people.
I thought it would be fitting for April 19th, the Battle of Lexington anniversary, to talk about the true meaning of the Second Amendment and the right to bear arms.
Well, people don't understand that if you take away arms from a society, you have already made the people into slaves. An unarmed individual is a slave because they have no means of defending their property and their rights and their life against those who would seek to do them harm and to take their property from them in the form of their life, their rights, their things, etc., the product of their labor, etc. So the Second Amendment is in place to protect property rights, and the first and foremost of which is the right to speak and communicate truth. Meaning once the communication of truth and the First Amendment starts becoming shut down, the right to speak freely and to educate your fellow human beings, that means we're in hard totalitarian tyranny and we have no recourse but to physically fight. You know, we have the right already to physically fight. The right already exists to undo a condition of duress with physical means. We already possess that right. As far as I'm concerned, humanity, and especially America, is exercising incredible restraint by not exercising that right. Part of it's cowardice too, because people don't think we can defeat the American military or government or police. And let me tell you, not only can we do it in short order. You know, doesn't make a difference how many drones you have. There need to be operators for them. Doesn't make a difference how many tanks you have. A human being has to come out of a tank sometime. And when you talk about overwhelming numbers, okay, there is no possible way that all the combined armies of the earth couldn't defeat just the American people with their firearms alone. And if you think that, you know nothing about military logistics. You know nothing about strategy. You know nothing about the effectiveness of small arms in combat situations, especially asymmetric urban combat situations, okay? They would shit themselves if people rose up with their firearms. Okay, you know what they'd have enough time to do? Bend over and kiss their ass goodbye. Is exactly how much time they would have to do that. All right. People who think just because, they say, oh, they have bombs, guided missiles. Well, good, let them use them. That's what I say. You will prove what an immoral psychopath you are if you start bombing your own people with missiles and or tactical nuclear weapons. Who cares? Do you care more about being free and maintaining your rights, or do you care more about survival? See, this is perfect for this date. The people who waged the American Revolution were told the same thing. You can't do it. It can't be done. You'll never win. Okay? Many of them said, we don't care because we're not going to live as slaves. Living as a slave is much worse than dying. This is what the phrase liberty or death meant. I'm going to be free to have my freedom and exercise my rights, or I would rather die, or I would rather go out trying to secure those freedoms and rights, okay, by physically engaging those who are attempting to take them away. Even if I lose, it doesn't matter whether you win or lose. What matters is you said, you're in the wrong and we're not going to take it anymore, and we're going to stop you from engaging in these wrong behaviors. Regardless of how much physical force it may take to do it, and regardless of whether even we die in the process. That's what the men with balls that existed during the Revolutionary War era period said. We're not taking it. We're not your slaves, and we're going to fight you to the death if required. Now, the leadership after that totally failed. Okay, I don't place the founders or the people who, after they won the American Revolution, on some pedestal as gods, because they are not. They were men, and they were flawed, men and women who were flawed. Okay, and they made the mistake of setting up a new government because they weren't conscious enough. They weren't spiritually awake and aware enough. They were somewhat spiritually awake and aware, but not totally. Not to the extent that they needed to be to recognize government as slavery and to abolish it, not reinstitute new government. It needed to be abolished for all time. Then America would have been a beacon of true freedom. And we would have shown the rest of the world what a society that understands and lives within true freedom can produce and can accomplish. And it would have been wonderful. You want to talk about the torch of the freedom of liberty, of the Statue of Liberty, that would have been it. We would have lit that torch and burned it brightly. But instead, we made the philosophical error and the spiritual error of instituting new government because they weren't saints or angels. They were flawed men that didn't have enough consciousness. Maybe if we have to go through this, hell again to secure our rights, I hope it can be done in mind and in heart without having to be done through physical means. It absolutely can be done through physical means and won through physical means if required, if necessary, and if that's what the choice of the people comes down to. Okay? But I would rather see it come down through consciousness because then it'll be truly long lasting and the principles will be enshrined rather than having to do it through blood. I don't want it to come down to that, but guess what? If it does, so be it. See, that's the thing. To me, it's by any means necessary. I'm an extremist for freedom. Somebody doesn't have a right to take our freedom. The end. That's an extreme idea. Taking freedom is an extreme idea. Securing it can also be extreme because I think anybody that says I have the right to take your freedom, you have a right to take them out of existence. Personally, I'm that extreme. Okay? And there's plenty of people who are saying that. As a matter of fact, the majority of people are saying that the right exists to take human freedom. They're just too ignorant to really understand factually what they're saying because they think from their emotions instead of from logic and reason. So, thank God for the men and women who actually physically fought the American Revolution because we wouldn't be having this conversation. We wouldn't be propagating these ideas. And you need to get at this. Let me tell you where the notion that the founding fathers were bad slave owners and that the American Revolution was, we somehow didn't have the right to do that, or we did it as a means of really conquering this land and bringing England and other countries of Europe over here to enslave this land. That is Frankfurt School, long march through the cultural institutions, communist propaganda against America and its foundations and how we originally became a nation state here in the Western Hemisphere. I don't believe in government. I don't believe in the setting up of nation states based on government because that's slavery. But let me tell you something, folks. You have to understand the American Revolution was waged in a spirit of real freedom. What happened after that was not the intent or the desire of many of the people who physically fought and died in that war. They understood that they were sovereign beings. They were sovereign entities that didn't want any king or any government ruling them. Not all of them, but enough of them. And we need to reject this revisionist history that is wrong regarding the intent of the American revolutionaries. They fought for real freedom.
Now, there's a line that the statist loves in the Second Amendment, and the line is a well-regulated militia.
Right.
The statist claims, the gun control advocates, the slavery advocates, the people who want the state to have a monopoly on guns,
Yep.
they claim that this is constitutional justification from the founders for the state to regulate the militia. What does it mean to have a well-regulated militia?
Yeah, the reason they think that is because they are completely ignorant and uneducated as to what the actual authors of the Second Amendment and the Founding Fathers meant as well-regulated and militia. They don't understand the meaning of those two terms. So the first term, well-regulated, did not mean government regulation. And I continue to hear this. I continue to hear in the year 2018, the well-regulated militia spoken about in the Second Amendment meant that the government would regulate them. And you're an asshat if that's what you actually believe the founders meant by that. Okay? And yeah, that's an ad hominem attack. Sometimes ad hominem attacks are true because of what the person believes and what their belief makes them, and it makes them an asshat. Okay? You look up any usage of the word well-regulated or even the phrase regulated according to the Founding Fathers in the parlance of their times and any of the people living in that time period, it meant that it was functioning properly. And that's all it meant. It was kept well so that it functioned properly. Well-regulated meant if you're going to have a arsenal of 50 shotguns or 50 muskets or 50 semi-automatic combat rifles, you are going to periodically check them and maintain them. You're going to make sure all of the components are good and function properly and oiled properly. You're going to make sure that they shoot straight and true. Okay? You're going to make sure that the people who may be using them in the future, in a future time, are trained in their operation and are trained in battle tactics with that piece of equipment. That's what well-regulated means today when it comes to firearms, and that's what well-regulated meant in the founders' time period. Okay? It did not mean that the government is going to get their hands in and involved in every aspect of what's going on with this. It meant that the people are going to keep the firearms that they are going to use well maintained and that they are going to know how to use them properly when it comes to a time for combat. And that's all it ever meant. And if you think that that's not what it meant, you're wrong. And anybody who says that that's not what it meant, you're wrong. You are incorrect, and you need to study history more, and you need to research the terms that they used back then, and you need to understand the context that they used them in. Okay? The second term was militia. And over again, the two actual authors. See, you don't need to go anywhere beyond the source, right? Look at the source first. Who wrote the Second Amendment? The Second Amendment was written by George Mason and James Madison. When they were asked after they wrote it, who did you mean in this phrase, in this clause, a well-regulated militia? Who did you mean by the militia? Go and look in their writings and go and look in interviews that they conducted with the press of their time. They never wavered from what they meant by the word militia once in any of their writings. Not one time did they differ in what the militia or who the militia was. They constantly said the same thing. Both men who were the authors of the amendment said the militia is the whole body of the people of America. The whole body of the people. Every able-bodied man, because women were excluded from combat at the time. Today, it would include women as well, of course. Every able-bodied man and woman capable of employing a firearm should their rights, freedom, or property come under attack by either a foreign influence or a domestic influence that was trying to take those rights away from them. Over and over and over and over again, they consistently said the same thing about what they wrote into that clause. Well-regulated meant functioning properly and maintained properly, and the people who would be using them knew how to use them. And militia meant the whole body of the people that could rise to the defense of the people when their rights or freedom were accosted. Get it straight. Understand that that's the correct actual fact of the matter about the first all-important phrase of the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary. That's why my semi-automatic combat rifle is necessary, boys and girls. Necessary to what? Being necessary to the security of a free state. And that didn't mean Maryland, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Delaware. Didn't mean any of that. The free state that was being referred to as a free way of life, a free state of being, a free state of existence, necessary to a free state, a free way of life, a free state of existence. That's what it meant. Didn't mean the boundary of a so-called state, of a region. Didn't mean that. You know, get the parlance of the times right. This is the problem. They're using the same words we use, but the words in the parlance of their times did not have the same connotation as they do today. This is why language and the understanding of language is so important. Historically, you have to understand historical use of language. You know, you say gay today and you're probably referring to a homosexual. You say gay 100 years ago and it meant happy, contented. You know, we have to understand the context of the times that we're using a word. And most people don't understand that because they make no study of either language or history, which is another part of why we're being enslaved and losing our rights. So study what the founders and the actual authors of the Second Amendment actually meant, their original intent. And they're all too happy to tell it to you in the open. Just look in their writings and look at the interviews that they conducted by the press. That's all you have to do. It's a matter of historical record. It's not a matter of opinion.
David Icke refers to the Hegelian dialectic as problem, reaction, solution. You have re-nicknamed this chaos, confusion, opportunity. What is the Hegelian dialectic?
The Hegelian dialectic could be accurately worded as thesis, antithesis, synthesis. Say that 20 times fast. Thesis, which is your original proposal of an idea. Antithesis, which is the polar opposite, the diametrically opposed opposite of that idea. And then synthesis. You are creating a conflict between these two ideas such that you could bring about a third thing, or a third idea, or a third state of being. And that's what the Hegelian dialectic is. You are setting two sides against each other in an artificially induced conflict, or in the mind, two opposing states of thought, so that you could bring in a third state, which is the synthesis, or the thing that you are ultimately trying to create from these two diametrically opposed opposites. So David Icke calls it problem, reaction, solution. The thesis is the problem, okay? A terrorist attack, okay? However, it is not done by the terrorist that you claim, the group that you claim. You're actually doing it to your own people, or your intelligence agencies are doing it to your own people. The reaction that you want to get, that's the antithesis, okay? So the antithesis is, oh my God, this is terrible, something has to be done. The government should be doing something about this so that this never happens again, all right? And then the synthesis, so that's the reaction. That second stage is the reaction. And the third stage is the synthesis. That's the solution proposed by the same people that have done the dirty deed to begin with against their own people. Okay, so in Icke's, that's the solution, and in that's the synthesis of problem, reaction, solution. So that is, well, we're going to restrict freedom. We're going to propose all of these gun control measures, or we're going to remove these potential bomb-making materials from society, or you can't bring liquid on a plane anymore, or you're going to get an invasive pat down at the airport, or, you know, we're going to start doing security checkpoints. You know, this is what they want to restrict human freedom, because they want to be God and they want to take our rights away of, you know, everything, let alone travel. Okay, so they had this idea to begin with, but if they sold it to the people as, hey, we want to take your freedom away, we want all these restrictions put in place, you know, people would be like, what? You're not going to do that to us, not without a fight. But then they explode a bomb, say it was Middle Eastern terrorists, and here they're doing it themselves. to get this fearful reaction. And then other people go, well, you better take our rights away. And so they take them away without a fight, because we'd rather be safe. See, this is why I'm for real chaos in the world. I don't believe real chaos would break out if government was abolished, but I'm for that. And now what I mean by that is, would you rather have a chaotic situation going on around you that's dangerous and that you may die? Or would you rather be enslaved? Now, look, you could say that's a Hegelian dialectical choice, presenting these two choices. But seriously, if there were no other options, and you either had to live in a very dangerous state of freedom, where you might die any given day, right? But you were not a slave. Your rights were intact because nobody legitimately thought that person owns your rights and they own you as a being, and you're their rightful slave. But there was conflict going on all around you, and at any given time, you were totally responsible for your own protection. No one was going to come to your aid or assistance, and maybe you might die. Would you take that condition, or would you take the condition where you are 100% perfectly physically safe, and you are not in danger of physically being harmed or injured or killed, yet you are a total slave and all your rights are removed? Well, I don't need to think about it for a millisecond because I'm not a fearful little child that has had fear instilled in them since the day they were born by their imbecile parents. I'm an adult, grown, psychologically mature man in the world that knows what my rights are. And I don't fear what can happen to me. I'm not interested in whether I live another day. I've done what I've come here to do. I'm ready to die today. Doesn't make a difference whether I continue to live or breathe one more second than I've already lived and breathed in this shithole hell world. Okay? Not interested in continued survival. I'm interested in being free. Nothing else, because nothing else matters than freedom. If you don't have freedom, you can only imagine you have anything else. You have nothing because you're a slave. You don't own anything. You don't even own yourself. You don't own any rights, any property. You don't even own your own life. Someone else has staked a claim to it. And other imbeciles acknowledge their claim and think it's morally legitimate, regardless of what ridiculous rituals, political rituals they did, signing paperwork, this or that. Who gives a shit what religious governmental rituals were done? What? Because somebody signed a piece of paper that makes them a slave? No, I don't think so. Now, it doesn't matter what you signed, doesn't matter what you said, what you did. There's a difference between the constructural world of illusion that exists only in mind and the world of reality in nature. And there is no such thing as legitimate slavery in nature. That's only a claim by a sick mind of a sick being and other sick-minded beings who believe in the claim. That's what we have to get through our head. Our rights aren't theirs to take. They're wrong in the taking of them, and we have every right to secure them by any means required to take them back to their rightful possession, which is they are ours. That's my property. Your rights are your property. I don't care what paperwork is done or signed or what religious ritual is done. You don't own the right to my being, my life, my rights, and my property. They're mine. That word, that possessive word, my, is applied for a reason. And when they're your rights and property, the possessive word your is applied for a reason. You know? We have these imbeciles who still believe waving a magic wand can suddenly turn a wrong into a right. Oh yeah, we can delegate wrongdoings to others, then they are then allowed to conduct them because I waved my magic wand. And you know what that did? That turned a wrongdoing into a right that may be conducted upon another. Yeah, if you get enough people together, you can do that. Yeah, that can be done. Sure. Yeah. These people's heads are so far up their ass, they may never get them out. Like I said, dying is not going to get your head up your ass. You know, Dying is no cure for ignorance, and it will not pull your head out from up your ass. You can only do the work upon yourself to get it out of there. And so few people are just loath to do that personal work. And that's the problem. And that's why the people who have pulled their head out from up their ass and have understood what's really going on in the world need to become teachers of this knowledge. It's just because you know it is not good enough. Not good enough. You need to teach it to as many other people, and you need to teach it stop being a little wuss about it. Stop being like, oh, well, if you don't get it, no, it's not okay if you don't get it. It's not okay. Because not getting it restricts my freedom and your freedom and his freedom and her freedom. You're not allowed not to understand rights and freedom. Because the ignorance of these things negatively impacts the freedom of others, which isn't your property to negatively impact. When are we going to get this? That you are not allowed to remain ignorant of this. That's not one of your rights. So when somebody says, oh, I'm not interested, I don't want to know. No, you don't have the right not to know about what rights are and what freedom is. That right doesn't exist in nature. If you have your ignorance and slavery all by yourself in a corner of the universe and it not affect anyone else, then okay, maybe that's your right. But you know what? That's not the case. Your ignorance about your freedom affects my freedom. That's why you're not allowed to remain ignorant of it. And too many people are goddamn completely ignorant about rights and freedom and morality. And that's why we're in a situation of collective human enslavement. And that's why people have to get up off their ass. This is a kick in the ass. It should be seen as such. If you're not teaching morality and natural law, you're not doing what's necessary to secure human freedom. The end. That's all it really comes down to. And I will continuously say it like that, no matter who it guilts or shames. If you're guilted or shamed by that, you should be. If you're offended by that, you should be. If you are not teaching natural law, you should be guilted or shamed about contributing to the deteriorating condition of human freedom. Because anybody who's not doing the great work of teaching morality and natural law to the human race is not involved on this great spiritual battlefield doing the one great work of ending human slavery.
Now, what are some of the most important methods of propaganda that you understand, that you know about, that people can recognize and decipher to strip away the power that it has?
There's so many multifaceted methods of manipulation. I mean, I covered these for a year and a half on my podcast. The propagation of solipsism is a big one. The propagation of a wrong view of human nature is a huge part of mind control techniques and propaganda that they use. That's why they always want to show you the worst things that the average person is doing to each other on the nightly news. They don't want to cover how bad and dastardly government's deeds are, but they want to cover how bad the average human around your corner, how bad their deeds are, because they want to paint this negative picture of human nature into people's minds. There's obfuscation techniques. There's the negative worldview. That's the big one. Like human beings are incapable of changing. That's a huge one. It's not that we're incapable of changing. We're not engaging the will to change. It's possible. It just requires willpower put behind it. That's like saying, well, it's impossible to lift that rock. No, it's just very heavy. And you're probably going to need about 100 people to lift it. But can it be lifted? Yes, it can. If you get 100 people over here that say, yes, I will help lift that rock, it'll get lifted. That's the great work. People don't want to understand the difference between can, should, and will. There's a difference between all of those things. There are things that can be done but should not be done. There's a difference between can it be done and will it be done. Yeah, it can be done, but maybe it won't be done. There's a difference between, should this be accepted or not? No, certain things should not be accepted. Certain people should be doing certain things. We have to understand there's a place for all of those terms. Some people in the New Age sector say, you should never say should to somebody. And I say, I'm sorry, repeat that again. You should never say should to somebody. You just said you should to me about not saying you should to somebody else. You know, they just can't even hear their own contradictions. They can't even hear the verbal diarrhea that escapes their mouth. Okay? But this is what we've come down to. We've become a society of wusses that doesn't want to have any conflict amongst their peer group. So we are self-policing in what we will say. You know, nobody's telling me what to say. You come up to me and you bring up a topic on the street to me, I'm giving you an earful of what I know, not what I believe, what I know to be the case. And if I don't know about it, I'm usually dead quiet about it. And I'm like, you know what? I don't know much about that, so I can't speak on it. But you know what? There's plenty that I know. This bullshit about not knowing anything also, there's a technique. There's a big technique, Keith, about, all I can say that I know is that I know nothing. Full of fucking shit. How's that? I know a hell of a lot. And I earned that knowledge by hard work. Nobody's going to tell me I don't know anything. There's plenty I don't know. Would never claim to know everything. Never would make that statement in a billion years. There's so much I don't know, you could fill universes with what I don't know. But you know what? I also know a hell of a lot. You know what I do know a hell of a lot about? I know a hell of a lot about the human condition. I know a hell of a lot about how it got this way. And I know what's necessary to secure real freedom. I know just about everything there is to know about those things because that's what common sense needs to be. And I took in that common sense and I know it. I don't claim that I know it. I do know it. And the damn problem in the world is that most people don't know those things. And that's why we're all being enslaved, me included, which other people don't have a right to do through ignorance. That's what it all ultimately comes down to. And let me tell you something. Yes, the big techniques, big propaganda techniques, solipsism, there is no such thing as truth. Moral relativism. There is no such thing as the objective difference between right and wrong. We can make that up. Worldview, human nature. Human nature is fundamentally bad. People are just this way and it'll never change. Worldview. Change is impossible, okay, of happening. This is poisonous worldview propaganda. Look at your neighbor. Yeah, you look at the hideous deeds people right in your own neighborhood do. To get people distrustful and divided. Race baiting, okay? Gender baiting. All of these things. These are all methods of propaganda. And we can go on and on and on. You know, how about the poisoning of the food, water, and air supply that negatively affect human physiology and the central nervous system and the brain? That's a form of brainwashing and negative propaganda, because if you don't have your physical mechanism right, how are you going to understand what's going on around you and what it means? You're not going to come to the correct conclusions. You're not going to be able to accurately process the information that's given to you. So that's a big part of their control system. You know, and people still don't want to acknowledge that. They don't want to acknowledge fluoride as a poison, an industrial waste product that acts as a poison and is the main ingredient in rat poison. And we're adding it to the water in a way that you can't even control the dosage of it. You know, how many people are even filtering their water with a good reverse osmosis system? You know, no, keep drinking the fluoride. Yeah, it's helping us think so clearly. You know, all the additives and poisons in the food, and then the chemtrails in the air. You don't know how many alleged anarchists have told me there's no such thing as chemtrails. There's no such thing as particulate aerosol spraying. That they actually believe that this is water vapor that stays up there for 8 hours. And then, you know, the conditions are the same. Two planes are flying right alongside of each other. One's got a huge plume behind it. One has nothing behind it. At the same atmospheric conditions and the same altitude. You explain that to me through thermodynamics and fluid mechanics properties. Please. Because this is what I went to school for engineering for at an Ivy League college. I attended the University of Pennsylvania for engineering. And I took classes in mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, fluid dynamics, you know, all of those things. But I can't speak on it. I know nothing about the science of it. And yet some imbecile who has not taken like even high school physics will come along and say, oh yeah, that's all water vapor. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, boy, at all. And that's how I'll say that to somebody on the street that tries and propagate a lie to me that I do know isn't true. You don't know what you're talking about at all. Not even a little bit. And most people are too afraid to do that. Most people will just, yeah. No, you're wrong. You don't know the truth of the matter. You don't know the science of the matter. The end. You're wrong. Okay? You go and ask somebody, okay? Just here's one for the 9/11 denier crowd, okay? Go and ask any pilot, okay? Can you fly a 757 at over 550 miles per hour velocity at 800 feet of altitude? He will laugh you out of the room. Why don't they land planes at 550 miles per hour? You go get on a plane, just look at go into the flight statistics on the back of your chair there on a nice flight, if they have that, and just watch how fast is the flight going when it takes off and lands. Why isn't it going at 580 miles an hour? It's only doing that up above the weather. There's a reason for that. It's called basic physics, dynamics, fluid mechanics. You know? But you have imbeciles who didn't even pay attention to algebra in grade school that want to tell people who know about how scientific laws of dynamics work in nature, and they want to say, this is just water vapor. I mean, they're clowned out of their minds. Clowned out of their minds. But this is yet the world we live in, Keith. This is the world we live in where, because the internet exists, everybody's an expert. You don't have to do any study or real understanding. You don't have to actually do the equations and break it down and understand this is why it works this way. No, you could just make the claim and that magically makes it true because, hey, we're the arbiters of truth. There is no such thing as truth. It's all just opinion. It's all a matter of how I feel today, you know?
I was actually on a plane to the Denver International Airport, and I was and the guy sitting next to me was a pilot, and I asked him how accurate is the movie Flight with Denzel Washington, and we talked about that, and we ended up getting on 9/11, and I'm sitting next to the window, and he's in the aisle seat, and I can see him wrestling with something. He wants to say something. He takes off his seatbelt and reaches over me and points out the window and says, look at that building right there. That's the equivalent to the Pentagon. I know with my experience that I could not fly this plane into that building right there. That was the average Pentagon size. And it was so interesting to hear someone, you don't exactly have to know about Operation Cyclone to know that 9/11, the official story, isn't true. And this guy, just with his knowledge of being a pilot, was able to refute something like that. So it's incredible that they can still get away with false flagging their way to wars.
The population is so ignorant about basic physics, basic laws of nature. It doesn't really surprise me. It's like taking candy from a baby. If you have a population that's that dumb and isn't interested in real education, it's like somebody who's never ever added numbers or subtracted numbers in their entire lives, and they go into a store and the person behind the counter says, I'm going to rob the hell out of this person, and they hand them a $20 bill for a pack of chewing gum, and they hand them back a dime and say, well, there's your change, sir. Go along your way. That's the equivalent of what we have today. That's the equivalent of the knowledge differential that exists today in the world. You have a population that's that dumb. And I'm telling you, don't expect the rulers to educate them. We, as awake people within the population, need to become the real educators. We need to become the real education system. And we have the venue for doing that. We have the classroom to do that with millions of people, and it's called the internet. But how many are doing it? This is my contention. This is why I have a problem. Look, if 1 million people were doing this, I could say, you know what? We gave it a shot, and they're really unteachable. But there aren't 1 million teachers of natural law. There aren't 1,000 teachers of natural law. There aren't a goddamn 100 teachers of natural law in the world. Because they see how hard it is to start something. That's the hardest part of any process, is getting it going. Inertia, it's one of the physical laws, folks. Objects at rest tend to stay at rest. Objects in motion tend to want to stay in motion. Okay? When an object's at rest, like humanity's consciousness, it tends to want to stay there. We need to be the ones to put it in motion, and that's going to require the most force in the process. Anything you start trying to roll when it's at rest, you have to initiate the most force in the process to get that done. Then once you finally got it rolling, it's not as hard. But we're not at that stage yet. We're at the stage where it's sitting at rest. Okay? We need more teachers. I don't know how many times I could say the word more teachers of natural law, you know? And unless we get more teachers of true objective morality and the laws of nature, we are not going to get out of this mess as human beings. We are going to stay enslaved. Understand that the root causal factor is the ignorance of the occult and natural law, and that there are moral laws in place that govern human behavioral consequence. We don't understand that. We're staying right where we are in the chains that we have earned through our ignorance.
Speaking of teachers, I have 8 people who you've mentioned that you admire. I want to list off these names and you tell me what the most important thing you learned from them was. What was the most important thing you learned from Thomas Paine?
Wow. I mean, courage. I mean, this guy was speaking at a time where he could have been hung for the things that he said. I mean, like hung low, you know, like hung high, I should say, where they don't allow the rope to break your neck, but you strangulate. That would have been the punishment for the kind of treasonous words. So I think if I could name 1,000 things that he talked about philosophically regarding the rights of human beings, regarding the illegitimacy of having a king and a ruler, etc., a ruling class. He was probably the only pure anarchist at the time of the American Revolution in America who was very influential with his writings, and definitely the only person who's considered one of the founding fathers who was a pure anarchist. But if I really had to, if I'm pressed and I have to give the answer, the main thing that I would say that I respect and have a lot of admiration regarding Thomas Paine about is his courage, because he just spoke it. He put it out there. He didn't care what happened to him as a result of putting that knowledge out there, and he continued to not only advocate for human freedom during the American Revolution, he actually covered it as a member of the press, and he went into very dangerous places just to be able to tell the people the truth about what was happening in different battles and conflicts. So courage is my answer regarding Thomas Paine. That's what he taught me.
What was the most important thing you learned from Thomas Jefferson?
Well, I would say he had a lot of tenacity, and he was standing up for something that he wanted to see removed, even though his fellow citizens did not want to see the removal of the practice of African slavery in America. And he spoke against it absolutely unwaveringly throughout his whole life, and yet people still brand him as a slave owner, which, yes, his family owned the plantation, the forced labor camp that he eventually inherited. He abhorred the practice from when he was young and wanted to see it overturned. But there were actual laws against releasing black slaves during that time. And you could be jailed or even killed for doing it, because they considered that doing something that was harmful to the community, because they didn't even consider them people. They consider them property and animals as opposed to people, which is horrific. It's absolutely horrific that people would even think that, but that's how they viewed them. And Jefferson constantly spoke about the illegitimacy and immorality of slavery, and he called it an abhorrent practice and a stain upon the people. He called it a blight upon the American people. And even after the signing of the Declaration of Independence, when he released the slaves on his Virginia plantation, he constantly labored to try to educate people to the immorality of this practice and to have it overturned within his lifetime. That obviously didn't happen, but I would say tenacity is one of the things I respect Jefferson for. And there were times when he could have been more tenacious and backed down, but some people will say he backed down for reasons that, where it had to be done at the time. For example, like he gets a lot of flack for having been a slave owner, but people don't know that he put anti-slavery clauses in the Declaration of Independence and wanted to see it outlawed then. And when the Southern colonies, led by the delegate from South Carolina named Edward Rutledge, saw and read the anti-slavery clauses, they threatened to pull their entire support of all the Southern colonies from the motion for independence, the Declaration of Independence. And Benjamin Franklin and John Adams asked him to remove those clauses volitionally, because they said if the whole South walks out, we will not have unanimous support for independence, which it had to be. That was one of the stipulations, that if they went in on it, it had to be all together, because they wouldn't put those at risk, without it being unanimous. And Jefferson and Adams both pleaded with, Franklin and Adams both pleaded with Thomas Jefferson to say, look, you should remove these. We have to fight one battle at a time. Let's get independence through first and separate from England, and then let's worry about the practices of slavery that are going on in the South that we all, find unacceptable. And Jefferson was like trying to tell them, look, what are we going to do if we start a country like this? We should abolish this now, and get support for abolishing it now, because we're going to start a country in total conflict with itself. He foresaw the types of conflicts that would be happening between the North and the South over the practice of slavery long before they really started in earnest. And he wanted to keep them in, and he was prepared to go to Rutledge and basically tell him to screw himself. It's staying in, and sign it or don't sign it on your beliefs. But those are my beliefs, and they stand. But Franklin and Adams convinced him, lay down this one point here, because if you don't, independence dies. We're still going to be a colony of England, and it's not ultimately going to matter, because they're going to make the decision, not us, as a new country. So he finally struck them in the Second Continental Congress Committee, and that's why that wasn't an actual issue put forward in the original in the Declaration of Independence in its final draft. If you read the original drafts of it, he talks about how abhorrent slavery was, and that this is something that we should not be conducting in the new country that we're trying to create. So, while again, it should emphasize the founders had principles, but they weren't perfect in following them. They weren't enlightened enough. They were enlightened enough for what they needed to do at their time to make it possible for us to become more enlightened than them. Let me say that again. The founding fathers and the revolutionaries of America were enlightened enough that they were able to do what they did in their time period to make it possible for us to become more enlightened than them and do what's going to be required for us to do in our time period. See, I don't hold them up as saints or angels, because they were most certainly neither. But they were men who were doing the best that they could with the circumstances that they were given. And you know what? I'll take it. I'll take trying over not trying. I'll take getting something halfway there over not picking it up and moving it at all. Okay? This is what we have to understand about people who were involved in the battle, who were involved in the actual movement toward freedom. I'm not going to necessarily kick somebody's teeth down their throat because they, are doing something, but I don't feel it's the ultimate thing that they can do. Get involved in some damn capacity, try, do something. I jump down the throat and want to knock the teeth down the throat of the people who aren't doing a damn thing except consuming information and taking it all in and then going, I can't be bothered to do anything with this. You're in a way worse place. Let me tell you something. That's a worse karmic place to be in than the enslavers themselves. How about that? Let's go cut right to the heart of the matter. If you're somebody who knows what's right from wrong and you're not doing anything to propagate it and get involved in the battle, then you are worse than the people who are actually conducting human slavery. Worse. That's a worse karmic place to be in. If you gave me the choice, you have to jump out of one body, leave your consciousness, and you have to take on the consciousness of either the highest levels of the dark occult who are propagating human slavery to the rest of the people, or you have to jump into a body of a person who totally knows what's going on and knows the truth of the slavery that's taking place and knows the difference between right and wrong, but isn't saying a goddamn word to another person about it. I'll take the dark occultist propagating slavery in a snap of a finger. In a snap of a finger. If you said, what consequence do you want coming down on your living soul? Give me that dark occultist karmic consequence over the average Joe who knows and does nothing. Any day of the week, any second of the day. Okay? So I'll leave that there.
What is the most important thing you learned from the chief conspirator of the American Revolution, Samuel Adams?
That even if you're in a minority of one, the truth is still the truth. And it doesn't matter whether you even can be successful. That taking right action is what matters the most. See, so a lot of these people who say, oh, we could never fight the government. What does it matter? See, that's the thing. Do sometimes you need to wage a hopeless battle? Is the question. And the answer is yes. Sometimes you need to wage a hopeless battle even knowing you're going to lose it all. Because that's the correct thing to do against an enemy without conscience. And that's what I think Samuel Adams taught me. That sometimes even if you're in a losing situation, you have to fight anyway. He didn't know that the American revolutionaries would or could be successful. He just knew that they had to fight. That's it. And that's what he inspired them to do. You know, and people don't even know about his legacy. You know, his legacy's on the bottle of beer. You know, that's tragic. That's tragedy. When you read this man's writing, he was one of the most enlightened men ever to walk on this continent. And he almost single-handedly, with the help of Thomas Paine, certainly, began the American Revolution. I mean, that was the thought and the action unified by the heart in practice right there. You know, those two men. I can't say enough about either one of them. So, you know, I would say Paine, courage. I would say Jefferson, persistence. And I would say Samuel Adams, fighting for what's right, even possibly in the face of a hopeless situation, which is that's beyond anything. You know, you could make the argument that that's faith. That's real faith, anyway.
What is the most important thing you learned from Richard Wetherill?
How natural law really works. That you don't even need to be a mystery tradition initiate to get this knowledge. He was not a member of the occult or any occult societies in his life, as far as I know, or anyone else who knew him knew. And yet he got it all. How did he get it? Through observation, through the scientific methodology of observation, hypothesizing, and testing. That's how he understood natural law. Some of his books are some of the best books on natural law ever written. If you're not familiar with his work, you should be. Richard W. Wetherill. He wrote the book Right is Might. That's probably his, you know, pièce de résistance. That's probably his finest work, his magnum opus. You know, that's the one you got to read by him. You can read them all, but Right is Might. One of the best condensations of natural law that I've ever read. Sorry. And he knew all this stuff before any of us were born, you know. And he lived right here in Philadelphia. He was just an average guy living in Philadelphia, just like I am, you know. And he got this. He got this from paying attention. That's all that's really required. Silencing the nonsense and noise in your mind and paying attention. That's what's really required. So Richard Wetherill taught me no special powers or groups are required. The average guy and gal can get this if we pay attention. That's it.
What is the most important thing you learned from Jordan Maxwell?
Wow. He helped get me out of my hatred of organized religion in the way that I hated it then, by teaching me astrotheology. You know, also William Cooper did that as well. So, man, never giving up. You know, that giving up's not an option. He's been doing this for like 50 years. Like I've been doing it for 10, and I'm at my wit's end. Yeah, I can't imagine doing this for 50 years. I'm going to be some crumbled mess of an old man lying in a pool of my own drool. Okay, if I have to do this for that long, God help me. So, you know, again, never giving up, persistence, not caring what other people think of you. You know, he told the truth as he understood it, and what other people think of him, be damned. You know, we're not here to be liked. You know, it's a nice thing if people like us. It's great. Making friends is great. Making partners in life is great. Not knocking any of that, but that's not our purpose. Is not just to make friends. You know, and I can say that. I'm saying that's a nicety that comes with human life, but it is not the purpose of human life. The purpose of human life is to learn and grow in consciousness. And in the current time that we're living in, since slavery exists, the purpose of human life is to help the work of ending slavery. Yes, that's a purpose for everyone, not just some, for all. And then you may have other ancillary purposes and things that you want to do with your life. You might want to teach other things. You might want to help people with skills, you know, things like that, work with the sick. Who knows? There's lots of other purposes. But the ultimate purpose that everyone should be sharing is we're here to learn and grow in consciousness. We're here to learn about morality, and we're here to teach morality and propagate it to others. So we're here to learn about natural law, and we're here to end the human condition of slavery so that we can open up new possibilities for humanity. And, you know, so going back to Jordan, I would say I would like to have his tenacity and persistence and continued courage when I'm his age, you know, when I become his age, if I live to that long.
What is the most important thing you learned from David Icke?
Speaking the truth as you understand it, regardless of what anyone says or thinks about you or what you're saying, which is another form of courage. It's like not caring about what other people think about you. You know, I'm not interested in what you think about me, whether you like me. I don't care even whether you like me as a human being. You could be my enemy in life, but I just want us to be on the same page regarding what's right and wrong, what's moral and immoral, because there's a objective truth about those things. So David Icke helped to inspire me to become a teacher because I was hearing what he was saying, and whether I even agreed with 100% of what he was saying or not, he was out there doing it when nobody else was doing it. And in a big way, you know, in a way where he just came out and said, here's how I'm going to tell you how I've researched this to be, and you could take it or leave it. And that takes balls to do that, man. You know, most people don't have the courage even to publicly speak at all, let alone to come out and say controversial things to people who are not ready to hear them. They're not spiritually developed enough to even hear half of this stuff. He's like, I'm laying this all on the table, whether you're ready or not, because it's time, you know? And that helped me to develop the kind of style that I have with my work, where I'm not here to judge, to be liked or be the judge of whether you think that you're ready to hear this or not. I'm here to research it, verify it as true, and then present it. And I present it in my city boy, South Philly style with no apologies. I'm not interested in whether you like it or not. I'm not interested in whether you like me or not. I'm only interested in, is it true? And is it going to lead us out of slavery? And those are the only things I'm interested in.
What is the most important thing you learned from Michael Tsarion?
to go in depth with knowledge, not to skirt the periphery, because his knowledge is penetrating and it's profoundly researched. And, again, he treats people like adults who are capable of understanding it. I don't think Michael likes my style. He once wrote to me in the past basically saying that he appreciated me giving him a shout out because his work helped me to understand what I'm doing and what I'm putting out there. And he hasn't really spoken to me much since then. I don't know whether he doesn't like my tact or my style. I don't know whether he likes my 100% extremist notion of anarchy and government as slavery, because he may not think people are necessarily ready for that state of existence. But regardless of any of that, I think that Michael is one of the best researchers out there, and he has done he has shown me and many other people that you can't skirt the periphery or scratch the surface with your fingernail on these topics. You have to dive into the deep end of the pool, and you have to take your time and attention and go into penetrating research and be eclectic about your research and study all there is to know, to learn and study about it from those who have come before us. And I think that's one of his legacies, is he's left a tremendous, and is still doing a tremendous amount of work. He's prolific. So the prolific nature of Michael Tsarion's work is what I respect about him.
All right, I got 3 more questions for you.
Sure.
What evidence do you have that dark occultists run the world?
One, I worked with them, and I saw that they were often leading members of most of the institutional bodies on the face of the earth, namely government, law enforcement, education, entertainment, even sports, media, finance. I saw people from every eclectic walk of life at high levels of power: doctors, lawyers, politicians, judges, policemen, military people, involved in Satanism. As far as I'm concerned, you are so into Satanism as an ideology that you attend homes where mass gatherings of Satanists take place to perform rituals in accordance with their belief system. That's probably enough evidence that I need to convince myself that the people who are in high levels of power in these institutions follow and adhere to this belief system as a religion. So that's my main body of evidence. And the second body of evidence is go and read what the religion is from their own writings. Go and read the Satanic Bible. Go and read works from the Temple of Set. Go and read works from the Order of the Evil Eye, or the Church of Lucifer, or anything, any satanic institution, but namely read some of the writings of the Church of Satan and the Temple of Set. And then compare this to the way that the rulers of the world currently believe and operate in the world. Is this consistent with their way of being, or is it polar dynamic opposite of their way of being in the world? And I think you'll find almost 100% congruency. You might find some discrepancy, but you're going to find well over 95% congruency in ideology. And I think that's also evidence, even if I can't take a video camera and form a satanic ritual with the political and financial elite taking part in it. I think Bohemian Grove is a very good example that they're into extremely occultic, ancient, and crazy belief systems. When you understand that, the power brokers of the world gather yearly at Bohemian Grove and sacrifice an effigy of a child to a large owl creature that was a symbolic analog to Molech of the Carthaginian culture, that babies were sacrificed to physically, as again part of the season of sacrifice rituals to ensure a bountiful harvest after the planting and growing season. In the harvest season, they believed that they had to give child sacrifice to the god of the sun and planting and growth and harvest and food, etc. And that is, that became the rituals known as the Moloch rituals. You could look that up. They had huge burners, like Burning Man, like in what's that movie? I think it's with, I'm not sure if it's with Nicolas Cage. Um, the movie where it's a human sacrifice ritual, and is it Wicker Man? Wicker Man. Wicker Man. They had these huge burners, these effigy of a man, and they would have something similar to this for human sacrifice in, the Babylonian era and into the Middle East. Again, this was popularized in Carthage, and they fashioned the burner to look like a bull slash owl, and this was some of the forms that their solar deities took on. And they would put babies, firstborn children, as a sacrifice into these burners. They had ovens within the burners, and then they would light them up, and it would go up like like a huge candle. It would go up like a huge pyre, and that's how they would sacrifice infants to Molech. And this has been going on for thousands of years, and it's still going on, but they have to make it a little bit more clandestine that they worship these gods, these deities. So, Bohemian Grove is put off as some man's club, power brokers club. Oh, they come there to blow off steam and conduct strange sexual acts, etc., and dance and play. I mean, give me a break. This is the esoteric aspect of all of this. When you peel back the surface, you're going to find real human sacrifice. You're going to find power brokers making deals about all the vicious shit that they're going to do during the next year. And it's all about forgiving themselves for it. This is an absolution ritual, forgiveness ritual. They're saying we're going to do all this evil shit and we're going to forgive ourselves before we even do it. It's because it's the burning of conscience. The ritual is called the cremation of care. You're burning your conscience or your heart, the knowledge of the difference between right and wrong, or the care about the difference between right and wrong. They have the knowledge of it. They just don't care. That's what a real psychopath is. You know the difference between right and wrong, and you just say, I don't care. Not they're going to burn their care. They're going to immolate. It's a ritual mock immolation. We're going to burn our care away. They call it dull care. We're going to actually immolate our heart, our care, the dynamic of care, so that we can go on doing this evil over and over and over again. Yeah, they're just wonderful people. These are great, well-balanced, normal individuals with normal beliefs and thoughts, and we should trust them because they're doing good work in the world, and it's just they need to blow off steam, Keith. They need a place where they can be alone and blow off steam. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the people who actually believe this are total fucking retards. They're retarded. If you believe that power brokers from all over the world go and watch a ritual about a mock sacrifice, a sacrifice in effigy of a child, of a baby, first of all, just think about that concept. Why would you burn an effigy of a baby when you know they're doing the real thing behind the scenes? They're not burning any effigy, okay? That's just the show that goes out front. Just like the ancient Judaic rituals would have, they'd have the Holy of Holies all the way in the back, but then they'd have a curtain over that, and then they'd have a fake ritual going on to show the whole contingency of followers. They're doing the real thing way in the back, but up front, we got to show you this mock human sacrifice ritual. When in the back, they have a gigantic slaughter stone that they're just cutting, men and women's throats on. And then probably eating them, So, but this is the thing that your average clown, your average Joe Schmo imbecile clown, who's probably a hipster sitting in some gastropub, in some chic city, is sitting around going, yeah, those conspiracy theorists they don't know anything that they're talking about, and they believe Bohemian Grove isn't just an old man's club where they got to blow off steam, because they're a know-nothing piece of trash. That's what they are. That's what these hipsters and these coincidence theorists are, know-nothing pieces of trash whose parents didn't raise them, and they themselves were low-life pieces of trash.
Yeah, I remember watching Who Took Johnny on Netflix and then researching Paul Benassi, the whistleblower of the whole thing.
It's a
And
nice documentary to vomit to. Yes.
and Paul Benassi talks about going into the redwoods in San Francisco. He doesn't even know he's describing the
Doesn't
Bohemian
even know
Grove.
what it's called. Yep.
But Paul Benassi told things to Noreen Gosh about her son Johnny that were too similar. That therefore he had to have known Johnny in person
Of course.
post kidnapping. So that is why I have no problem saying that I totally endorse something like that, because I believe that Paul Benassi, Ted Gunderson, the Franklin cover-up guy, John DeCamp, I
DeCamp.
think those sources are
That's a
so reliable.
Yeah, people really should read the Franklin cover-up by John DeCamp. You know, maybe some of these imbecile hipsters will believe it when it comes from a state senator. You know, it has to come from a member of the government, right, for it to be true. Okay, then they'll say, "Oh no, oh just magically, oh, I would believe it if it came from the news." The media always tells us the truth. Here's the other thing: how did this millennial hipster trash generation get to the point where their brains are so goddamn broken that they believe what the mainstream media sells them every night? I mean, you want to talk about they need a fire hose to get the Kool-Aid down the gullet fast enough. Give me the fire hose. Oh, wait a minute, I need a funnel. Shove a funnel in there. Now the fire hose. You know? I mean, seriously. I mean,
Well,
what
isn't it?
planet do these hipsters and these trash millennials come from? What planet are you from? You actually believe the media is trying to tell you the truth? You are a mental midget moron. There's no other way to say it. You can't say it nicely. There's no other term. Your brain is full of liquid shit. How's that? Is that good enough? Is that an easy enough way to say it? Okay? You don't know a thing about a thing. That's it. You don't know one thing about the first thing. Okay? And it's sad. It's sad to see these people are having conversations all around every night. Oh, yeah, those conspiracy theorists. No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I'm a person who researches the nature of reality on this planet. Has nothing to do with theorizing anything. I apply scientific methodology and truth-seeking methodology, and it's called the trivium process, to learn about what is true and what is not true. And you want to have all these things stacked one on top of another, and you want to say it's all coincidence. You wouldn't say it's coincidence if somebody broke in your door with a shotgun, pointed it to your head, and you'd still say it's just a coincidence. I'm not actually being robbed. You know, that's how stupid these people are. You know?
Well, it's incredible. You think like, oh, we really need someone to get the courage on the inside to come out and expose this stuff. And then Smedley Butler, most highly decorated veteran, and then Dwight D. Eisenhower come out and say, yeah, wars are for money, and there's a military-industrial complex. And people still don't buy it because the co-opting or the propaganda response, the disinfo afterwards, the framing of the story is so strong, we can get a president to come out and say military industrial complex, or Smedley Butler to say war is a racket,
Yep.
and people will still support wars based on false flags. The Gulf of Tonkin was after Eisenhower said, watch out.
No problem, reaction, solution. Yeah.
I know. The USS Liberty was just incredible things.
That's the power of mind control. That's the power of mind control and media propaganda. And here's the thing, Keith, here's what they told me. People say, how'd you get out of the dark occult? Very easily. I turned around and walked out the door, and I was never heard from again, and no one ever contacted me again. It was that easy. Okay? Because I didn't, quote unquote, know where the bodies are buried. I was never initiated into these societies that high. Okay, to where a point where I was actually working in crimes, in criminal activities that they conduct, and murders of people that they conduct. So I never reached that level of the big club. Okay, they just recognized I had good communication skills, that I had a lot of passion, that I didn't give up, and they wanted me on their team. That's it. So they were slowly grooming me for that, but they never took me into their confidence with larger stuff. Okay, when I was at a ritual one night in Northern Maryland, a higher level member of the organization. I was speaking with him, and when I said to him, I am beginning to understand more about what this is about, and I didn't really sign up for human enslavement. I signed up for an understanding of the occult as this is compartmentalized knowledge that is most people don't understand, and those who do understand it get a leg up on those people. So like if I get this, I might be able to manipulate somebody, because I was very in ego and living for only my own purposes and my own desires at that point, okay, until I understood all of this, and that really shook me out of that mindset real quick, okay. And I said, I know the occult knowledge can give me an advantage when it comes to human psychology. And if you have that advantage, you're going to translate that into a power advantage in the world, and you're going to make more money than the other person. You're going to get better opportunities than the other person. So I said, that's why I'm in it, for just my own selfish reasons. Okay. And now that I'm realizing that this society is way bigger than what I thought it was. Okay, these groups are they have hooks. It's not just this group. You have to understand that this was not, they're not calling themselves one group. This was eclectic members of people from all different elements of Satanism. Some people were attracted to it from the Temple of Set, some from the Church of Satan, some from, other Luciferic orders, or just average people who had not even really studied it that deeply, and just, were tapped by someone because they had abilities and skills, and they wanted to see what they could do for the network. Okay, the overarching network, you got to understand, it doesn't have a name. They don't call themselves the Illuminati. They don't call themselves the Satanists. They don't call themselves the Luciferians. They don't call themselves, the Great Brotherhood or any other name. They don't have a name. This cult doesn't have a name. There is no thing that they refer to themselves as. It's just to them, it's us. And everybody else is those we're going to enslave and we're going to have power over as gods. That's it. That's all it is. Okay? They're not going to refer to themselves as something so that they can be identified easily. Okay? There is no name for the big cult that runs the world. Okay? It's an eclectic, diverse organization of networks that work together for common causes, for common goals. Okay? So when I told him, I recognize this is all like everybody here, they're all connected into something bigger. Okay. And that's something bigger. What it's really trying to do is enslave everybody. I'm like, I didn't sign up for that. That's not what my personal goals are, to help you enslave everybody. And he basically said to me, there's the door, boy. Just like that, with no concern. You don't like what we do here? You think we need you? Goodbye. Just like that. Okay? So he said, you make a decision. You're on board and you're with us and you'll go farther, or get out now. There's the door. And we don't want anything to do with you. And there will be absolutely it will be like you don't exist to us. He said something to that effect. It'll be like you never existed. You don't exist to us. You make that decision, and that's your one chance. You're either here on this side or you're going on the other side, and you don't exist to us. Okay? And I said, well, you don't even care if I tell people what you do and what your plans, your goals are, and how you do it? He said, let me tell you something. If we wanted to undo the trance that we have put in our history of our network, our organization, our family, whatever you want to call it, okay? If we wanted to say, here's the legacy of what all the people who are in our line of knowledge, okay, have done to human beings, the trance mind state, the entranced mind condition that we have put them in. If we wanted to come out in the open to the public and say to them, we did this. This is how our group is structured and organized. Here's its history throughout time. And here's how we did it. Here's all the methods, the methodology that we use to do it. And here's how we put people in the condition that they are in. He said, if we publicly disclosed everything that we know and that we have done, the public would not accept that reality from us. ourselves, even though we are the ones who have done it and can explain how we have done it. The public would still choose to exist in ignorance and say to themselves, because it's more comfortable, no, this isn't happening. No, this can't be done. No, this has not been done. No, it is not like this. And there are probably only 2 times in my life, I'm not going to explain the second time because it was more personal, that I have ever very seriously considered in that moment ending another human being's life. I very legitimately, seriously considered killing that man right there because I had a knife in my hand. I had a fork and knife on the plate that I was eating from. And as I was getting ready to leave, we had this discussion and the plate was sitting there and I could have picked that knife up and I could have cut him to ribbons. Okay? And I was very seriously, upon him saying this to me, contemplating, I'm going to pick this knife up and I'm going to stab him 100 times before anybody can get to me. And I didn't do it because I knew if I did that, that would be the end of my life that night. I definitely would have been killed by them that night. And then I would have had no opportunity to ever speak this about any of this to anybody. Okay? So I made the decision, no, I'm not going to try to kill him right now, even though I wanted to with every cell in my being. I wanted to stab him until he was dead. Okay? That's how crazed that statement that he uttered made my mind. And that's only one of 2 times I've ever almost destroyed another human being willfully, like done it consciously and in a premeditated way. Like I came extraordinarily close to doing it. And that's how angry people should get when they hear something like this. This is what anger is for the right reason. We should be angry about that humanity is being enslaved and that the trance that they're put in through mind control is so strong that it's going to take, you know what? They're correct. They can't do that. They don't have the power to do that. And you know what? Neither do I. I don't have the power to do that. But guess what? You know what they're not counting on that does have the power to do it? How about 30 million teachers of natural law worldwide? Do you think they could do it? See, that's what they're not counting on. They're not counting on the propagation of the teachers of this knowledge, which I became. I wasn't then. I wasn't for years after that. It took me years after that to gain the knowledge and confidence to do what I do. Okay? They're not planning on that scenario. Is that scenario powerful enough to take humanity out of its collective trance? I'll wager to bet that it is. But we're going to need a number like that big. Or maybe even bigger. 100 million teachers of natural law would be wonderful. But we need a lot more than I'll bet you worldwide, seriously, I probably know 10 good teachers of natural law. I'll bet you worldwide, if there's 100, we're doing well. That's how bad the scenario is. That's how bad the situation is.
Now, you mentioned
my appeal, and it's going to continue to be my appeal until this number goes up. Probably it will continue to be my appeal until I'm not alive in this form, in this incarnation on Earth. I'll probably still be making that appeal until the day I die. But I'm going to still make it.
Well, we greatly appreciate it. Last time you and I were sitting down, you had mentioned a scene from Conan the Barbarian, which sort of explained mind control and the disproportionate power one person can have over another. Do you remember that? And can you go through that?
One of my favorite movies.
Okay.
The movie of Conan the Barbarian is the story about a person who becomes aware of the cult that is running things. It's the serpent cult, okay? And, this is a kind of an allusion to the solar cult that is in the world, but it's also the satanic cult, the Luciferian cult, etc., the serpent, okay? And the the leader of the cult is played by James Earl Jones in the movie, the original Conan the Barbarian, and Conan the Barbarian is played by, God, what's his name? Governor of California, former governor.
Schwarzenegger?
Arnold Schwarzenegger, yeah. Forgettable because he's a forgettable human being. Schwarzenegger plays Conan, and they killed his family. This cult killed his family, and he's after revenge. He's trying to go after the leader. He gets to their temple, which is like their government building, and he's saying to him, you think because you have a sword in your hand, something to the effect like that you have power. He's like, you don't even know what power is, boy. And all of his followers are arranged on the roof of the temple and at the floor of the temple, surrounding Conan. And he looks up to one of the female followers of his cult, and he's her leader, her master, the high priest of the cult, the serpent cult. And he points up to her and he says, "You there, child, come to me." And she steps off this like 10-story, platform, splats on the ground, dead. He said, he turns to Conan and he said, "That's power. That's real power." To have such control of the human mind that you can actually override the self-preservation instinct and the instinct to actually remain alive, even well or alive, in another human being. And that's the kind of mind control humanity is under. Because we keep following the cult that runs this world, we are going to extinct ourselves. We are actually overriding our own self-preservation instinct by following their orders and decrees and doing their bidding. Because that's how sick they are, is that what they ultimately want is the power over life and death. And we're giving it to them by our complacency and our complicity in their agendas. And we have to stop doing the things that they are commanding be done, because this isn't about doing anything new, folks. This is about not doing the things we're already doing. The solution doesn't lie in building anything new. I hear this all the time. We need to show people we can do this way by building all this and that and that and that. And none of that's required. I'm not a person who thinks we need to build all this stuff and have it already ready and waiting for we're not going to do this anymore. Now we have this to go to. I don't accept this as the solution. The solution is just to stop doing the things that we are doing that are wrong. That's it. Nothing else. We don't need to build a damn thing. We need no new solutions in place. If you are one of these people that think you have to tell me every single solution for why this, and that can be done or should be done or how it could be done. No, I don't need to do no such goddamn thing at all. I'm explaining to you, here's what's being done. It's wrong. Stop doing it. I don't care what you do after that as long as it's not another wrong. Not interested. Not in the slightest. What I am interested in is actions are being done that people don't have a right to take, that are taking my freedom and everybody else's freedom. That's what I'm interested in. I'm not going to build any other systems. Now, you think I'm going to use my knowledge, wisdom, scientific know-how, anything? I'm not contributing. I will let this world crumble to dust before I build something and then the controllers take it. No, we need to stop complying and say, I'm going to quit my job. I'm not building any infrastructure. I'm not helping you at all. Everything that I do is going to be toward the great work of ending this slavery before one other thing is created. The answer doesn't lie in creating anything new. The answer is apophatic, as all truth is. Don't do the harmful things that we don't have the right to do by taking other people's property and rights and life. That's it. Stop doing those things. Everything will organically change after that behavior is not engaged in anymore. But no, nobody wants to hear that. No, because they want their comfort. They want to end slavery in pure comfort. Oh, we'll just magically slip into the new magic slippers. These old leather slippers are all worn out. So we'll slip magically into the nice pearly slippers. Okay? And it'll be a wonderful, transformative process with no pain required. Because no, why? Because we deserve a painless transformation to freedom because of what we've allowed, all the shit we've allowed. Yeah, keep telling that to yourself. This is going to be, are way past that point, folks. You believe this is going to be a non-painful process, you're a prankster with yourself. You're pranking your own mind if you believe that. And what makes you think we deserve that? What makes you think humanity, with all the evil that is conducted and allowed to go on, deserves some kind of painless transformation to freedom? This is going to be like a painful birth that requires a C-section. Okay? That's what it's going to be more like. A painful, bloody birth requiring a lot of cutting. Okay? And it's not about building the new. It's about destroying that which should not be. That which doesn't have any right to continue to exist. This is truth and freedom are destructive processes. And you need to stop this ridiculous little child. It's a childish notion. This is a child. I need to know that I can step from this platform to this platform and not get hurt and be. You're a child. You're a child. You're a child who cares about whether something's safe versus whether it's right or not. Can't you see how fucked up that is? People can't see how fucked up that is. They don't want to see it because they want the easy answer and the easy path, and there is no easy answer or path. The answer is stop doing the harmful behaviors that you have no fucking right to do. And then you'll see a world based in freedom. That's the real answer. But no one wants to hear that, so I'm unpopular. I won't get invited on any big talk shows to talk about it, Keith, okay? All right? You know what? I'm much more happy with being interviewed by somebody like you than to some of the bigger imbeciles who don't want to know what the real solution is and aren't really dedicated to truth, okay? So I'll take smaller venues like this to put out how I really feel rather than sell out and go to people who I know that they're not really interested in the real solution and they want to take measures that are half-assed measures at best. Okay? So I'll say it the way it really is, and people will either listen and understand what's real, or they'll continue to engage in the illusion and bullshit that they're fed and keep contributing to the chaos. You know what? That's their choice and that's their karma. I'm fulfilling my purpose, my dharma, and my karma. And so it's okay. Let them do that. I will appeal to people who really want to get involved in the spiritual battlefield, and they'll start to do the teaching of the great work, the teaching of natural law. Okay? And we'll build that on our own without anybody else's help or assistance, and we don't need their help or assistance. And maybe the planet will be gone before we ever build up the number required, and that's okay too, you know? Because if you ultimately, the bottom line comes down to, in a spiritual war, you have to know who you are and you have to know who the enemy is. And guess what? I know I'm not this body. So if death happens, if destruction happens, if chaos happens, oh well, I'm not the body. Neither is anybody else the body. We're infinite consciousness. It doesn't matter what happens in the physical domain as long as we're not living in slavery. Okay? We have to change the condition of human slavery to a condition of human freedom. That's the ultimate purpose for why we are here in life. All of us. We have a shared purpose to end the immoral condition that we are being held in duress and slavery, and to make humanity free. Free to do what? I don't know. That's what I want to find out. What is our real potential? That's what drives me to do this, because I don't believe that humanity's potential is endless death and destruction. I believe humanity's potential is endless creativity and understanding. And we could go to the stars. That's where I believe is what I believe is possible. That's my worldview. Okay? But that ain't going to happen in the current condition that humanity's messed up mindset is in. We have to get it way transformed from the current human mindset of what is bumping around in between these temples nowadays with most human beings, because it's really badly screwed up. And we're not going to accomplish that goal unless more people become teachers of natural law and objective, true morality. Until we get enough people that want to do that work, expect the conditions to stay the same and grow infinitely worse even. So, that's my ultimate message. And it's going to continue to be until I'm not in this physical body anymore. And then I'll come back with a new one and do the same thing all over again, because I'm not going anywhere until this message is received and acted upon. You will have a hard time getting rid of me or what other incarnations I become in future incarnations, because I'm telling you, I'm not going anywhere. Doesn't matter whether you take me out physically. I will make the choice going through. Death comes in, this world goes away, boom, that light at the end of the tunnel is a new birth canal for me, and I'll be right back here that same day. You ain't getting rid of me. Not in the slightest bit. No chance. I'm too hard-headed and stubborn for that once I learn what the truth is. So, and the truth doesn't really care what anybody thinks about it. It's just what is. It's, again, we're going through, there's like, it's like there's a big steel wall right here, okay? And then here's humanity coming toward the wall, okay? And there's a circle in the wall, but humanity is insisting on forming itself into the square peg. Okay, and there's a force driving it, and it's going forward, and it's not going to stop at the wall. You know what's going to happen? The corners are coming off, and the cylinder's still going through that steel wall because of the force that's driving it, but the corners are coming off humanity. Okay, the wheels are going to be coming off the bus, folks. Expect it, psychologically prepare for it, physically prepare for it, because we are going to go through a painful birthing process. The wheels are coming off the bus, the corners are coming off the peg. Okay, it's going to happen. You're not going to stop that process from happening, because that's what evolution is. Okay, but we've chosen the way of maximum pain. So steel yourself for it, and you better get yourself psychologically and physically prepared, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. And that's how I would prefer to kind of leave this, because that's honesty. I'm not trying to blow smoke up your ass like New Agers are, telling you, yeah, the blue avians are going to be here any day now, and that we're all going to be free, and it's all good, and no learning is going to be required, no bloodshed is going to happen. It's not going to be a painful process at all. We're all going to get 9 foot tall light bodies, and we're going to evolve to the next dimension. It's like, this is childish, wishful thinking. That's all it is. You're blowing smoke up people's ass by telling them this. They're disinformation agents. Okay? I'm telling you the harsh reality that without knowledge and right action, nothing's going to get better on Earth. It isn't just about how you feel. You have to have your feelings in the right place so that they act as a guide for your moral compass, your moral direction in life. But if you don't have the knowledge, and if you don't actually put the action into effect physically in the world through your behavior, nothing is going to change. Those are the forces that are required to be in place to affect real world positive change. And right now, what I see, based on my observation, and my observation is pretty damn accurate, we are so far away from an understanding of truth, and so far away from putting together the knowledge that is required to get out of this situation through right action that's based on that knowledge, that we are in for a horrific time as a species. I'm being honest with you. I'm telling you that because you have to get yourself spiritually prepared. You have to get yourself spiritually prepared to be ready for and prepared for what is coming. What is coming is not going to be pretty. It's not going to be pretty. I'm not a psychic. I don't have any special powers. I am going by what I observe. And what I observe is a completely ignorant population that is infinitely more ignorant in the last 10 years than they were back in 2007 and 8, when I thought humanity actually had a chance of waking up. They hit us with the sledgehammers since then of propaganda and untruth and disinformation and just absolutely preying upon people who have naive minds. I'm telling you, the ship has turned around 180 degrees and we are going exactly in the wrong direction from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, I had way more of a positive outlook and hope that things could be turned around. And today, I'm telling you right now, everybody better start getting their houses spiritually prepared for a very negative time that we're going to all be going through together. And that's why it's important to learn from each other and support each other, because we're going to need to build some networks in place to have some support in these times. Because I'm telling you, what's coming is going to be dreadfully dark. I'm not saying that to discourage anybody. This is not fear mongering. This is my assessment of what the world has been, the people of the world have become. And it's tragic that it had to go that way, because there is enough technology and knowledge in the world for people for this to reach everyone's eyes and ears. And you know what we're doing with it? We're squandering that opportunity. We're squandering it. So I think that's a good and honest place for me to leave it, with the appeal that it doesn't have to be that way. That's not written in stone. That is not how it must be. That is what we are collectively choosing with our free will to make it be like, because not enough people are learning objective morality and teaching it to others. And we are rejecting it as a whole, as a species, and therefore we are going to have to suffer the consequences, because no one escapes law. Not man's law. No one escapes the laws of the universe. So I think that's a pretty decent place to leave it for this one, Keith. And if you have anything else, let's wrap up.
Nope, just wanted to remind people whatonearthishappening.com. You can find it in the description. I also got the ARC from Mark, which is the amazing repository of knowledge, which was so valuable. I uploaded each of the PDFs to archive.org. You can see that link in the description below. I really appreciate everyone's time. Mark, thank you again. A true patriot. I really appreciated the conversation.
Keith, thank you so much. You're a great interviewer. I appreciate what you're doing. Keep it up. And for everybody listening, if you're not familiar with my work, my main website is whatonearthishappening.com. Go up there. All the info is free. You could write to request an ARC, which is the repository of knowledge, as Keith just talked about. And you could check out all of my work, which will help to expand your understanding and worldview of the events that are taking place around us. Once again, whatonearthishappening.com. Keith, thank you so much.
Government is slavery.
Government is slavery, everyone.